Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Crime 1, the exterior looked intact, but there was no draft, no echo, just silence. When they broke through the bricks, they found insulation and wire, and then a small room sealed inside the chimney space. In the corner, a chair facing the wall. On the floor beside it, a single baby shoe filled with dirt. Millbrook, Oregon wasn't the kind of place where strange things happened. A town of 7,300 residents nestled between rolling hills and scattered pine forests, it operated on routine. Margaret Willis had lived there since 1988 when she purchased the two-story Victorian on Elmwood Drive after her divorce. The house, built in 1907, had been her sanctuary, her pride. Every Sunday, she hosted dinner for her sister and nephew. Every Wednesday, she volunteered at the county library. Margaret was known for her immaculate garden, her homemade bread, and the way she remembered everyone's birthday with a handwritten card. At 61, she had a rhythm to her days: coffee on the porch at 7 a.m., a walk to the corner store for the newspaper, afternoon reading by the living room window. The neighbors saw her like clockwork, watering her hydrangeas each evening at 6. When Tom Reynolds from next door noticed the hydrangeas wilting on June 9, 2018, he thought perhaps she'd gone to visit her sister in Portland. By June 12th, when no lights had been turned on in 3 evenings, he called the police. Officer Darren Walsh knocked on the door at 10:37 a.m. No answer. Margaret's car, a silver 2015 Honda Civic, was still in the driveway. Her mail had accumulated in the box: catalogs, bills, a postcard from her nephew traveling in Europe. The newspaper from Sunday remained rolled up on the porch. Walsh noted that nothing appeared disturbed. The doors were locked, windows secure. He contacted Margaret's sister, Eleanor, who used her spare key to let them in. Inside, the house was unnervingly still. A half-empty cup of tea sat on the coffee table, a thin film of mold forming on the surface. Margaret's reading glasses rested on an open book, a historical novel she'd been halfway through. Her purse hung on the back of a dining room chair containing her wallet, her phone, and her prescription medications. Nothing had been taken, nothing seemed out of place. "It's like she just evaporated," Eleanor whispered, her voice trembling. The police conducted a thorough search of the property. They checked the basement, the attic, the shed in the backyard. They found Margaret's bed made, her toothbrush dry in the bathroom. In the kitchen, a loaf of bread had hardened on the counter. No notes, no signs of distress or struggle. Margaret Willis had simply disappeared from her own home. The town of Millbrook mobilized quickly. Search parties combed the nearby woods. Friends and neighbors were interviewed. Security camera footage from local businesses was reviewed. Margaret's bank accounts showed no recent withdrawals. Her credit cards remained unused. Her doctor confirmed she had no history of cognitive issues or memory problems. She had seemed perfectly happy at her last checkup 3 weeks prior. Then on day 5 of the investigation, something unusual caught Detective Laura Simmons' attention: the fireplace in the living room. Margaret had mentioned to several friends over the years that she never used it. Eleanor recalled that her sister had the chimney sealed shortly after moving in, saying it created too much of a draft. But as Simmons examined the brick facade, she noticed something odd. The mortar between certain bricks appeared newer, different in color from the rest. When they tapped the fireplace wall, it produced a hollow sound, inconsistent with a solid brick structure. Using thermal imaging, they detected an anomaly, a space behind the fireplace that wasn't on the original house plans. With Eleanor's permission, they carefully removed several bricks. The exterior looked intact, but there was no draft, no echo, just silence. When they broke through the bricks, they found insulation and wire, and then a small room sealed inside the chimney space. In the corner, a chair facing the wall. On the floor beside it, a single baby shoe filled with dirt. The room was approximately 6 feet by 4 feet, too small to stand upright in. The walls were covered in faded floral wallpaper, yellowed with age. There was no light source, no ventilation. Forensic analysis revealed something disturbing. The room had been constructed decades before Margaret had purchased the house. The chair was determined to be from the 1970s. The baby's shoe, even older, likely from the 1950s. As investigators peeled back the layers of the house's history, they discovered that between 1952 and 1987, the Victorian had changed hands 8 times. No family had lived there longer than 5 years. Records showed that in 1977, a family named Carver had abruptly moved out after just 3 months, leaving behind most of their possessions. The previous owners, the Winstons, had a 3-year-old daughter who reportedly suffered from night terrors and insisted that someone lived in the walls. 2 days after the discovery of the hidden room, Margaret's body was found in the woods 3 miles from her home. She wore her nightgown and 1 slipper. The cause of death was exposure. There were no signs of violence on her body. The medical examiner estimated she had been dead for at least 4 days. The investigation turned to Margaret's mental state. Friends reported she had seemed increasingly anxious in recent months. She had begun locking interior doors, installing new deadbolts. Alina recalled a disturbing conversation from April. Margaret had mentioned hearing shuffling sounds at night, like someone moving inside the walls. She had attributed it to raccoons or squirrels. Margaret's journal, found hidden between her mattress and box spring, revealed entries that became increasingly paranoid. The final entry, dated June 8th, read, "It's not in my head. I saw the wallpaper tonight, just a glimpse when the plaster cracked. The same pattern from my childhood. How is that possible? I need to look behind the fireplace." As detectives dug deeper into Margaret's past, they discovered that she had lived in Millbrook once before, as a child, for 6 months in 1963. Her family had rented a house on Elmwood Drive before moving to Seattle. Property records confirmed it was the same Victorian she had purchased as an adult, though Margaret had never mentioned this coincidence to anyone, not even her sister. The most perplexing discovery came when investigators found a photograph in Margaret's attic, tucked inside an old Bible. It showed a young girl, presumably Margaret, standing in front of the Victorian house. She was holding a doll and wearing only 1 shoe. The other foot was bare. The case of Margaret Willis remains officially classified as an accidental death resulting from exposure, complicated by what doctors posthumously diagnosed as late-onset paranoid schizophrenia. Yet many questions remain unanswered. Why did Margaret purchase the house from her childhood without ever mentioning the connection? What was the purpose of the hidden room, whose shoe was preserved inside it? And most troublingly, if Margaret had unsealed the fireplace herself, why did she brick it back up from the inside? Alina sold the house 6 months later. The new owners, unaware of its history, renovated extensively. They removed the fireplace entirely, opening up the living room. During the demolition, workers discovered something embedded in the chimney's foundation, a child's diary from 1963 with a single entry. "I found a secret room today behind the fireplace. There's a chair and a shoe inside. I'm going to leave my other shoe there too, so whoever lives there won't be lonely anymore." The diary belonged to Margaret Willis. It was written when she was 6 years old. The case was quietly closed in December 2019. The Victorian on Elmwood Drive still stands, its facade restored, its interior transformed. But sometimes the current residents report they hear soft shuffling in the walls at night, like someone pacing back and forth in search of something or someone. Crime, too, they were hidden beneath fresh paint, layers of frantic writing scrawled in red marker. Don't let her hum, she likes closed doors, it's not a game, all written in different handwriting. Behind the crib, someone had carved into the drywall, she chooses the quiet ones. When Detective Elijah Carter first entered the nursery at 287 Maple Avenue in the quiet town of Ridgewood, Maine, he thought it was just another abandoned property. The foreclosure had been pending for months. The previous owners, the Novak family, had disappeared without a trace in early January of 2019. The bank finally gained legal possession in April, and the realtor called the police after discovering the disturbing messages during the property inspection. Sarah and Thomas Novak had moved to Ridgewood in August 2018 with their infant daughter, Lily. Thomas had accepted a position at the local hospital as a radiologist, and Sarah was a part-time web designer who worked from home. They seemed like the perfect young family, educated, friendly, but somewhat reserved. Neighbors recalled Sarah walking with the stroller every morning, usually around 9 a.m., rain or shine. Thomas would leave for work at 7:30 and return by 6, his silver Volvo pulling into the driveway with predictable punctuality. They were quiet people, Mrs. Henderson, the elderly neighbor from across the street, told Detective Carter. Sarah would wave, but she never stopped to chat like the other young mothers in the neighborhood. Thomas was even more distant. I only spoke to him once when their mail was delivered to my house by mistake. The Novak social media presence had ended suddenly in mid-December. Their last post was a Christmas photo, Sarah holding Lily in front of their decorated tree, Thomas standing behind them, one hand on his wife's shoulder. They all smiled for the camera, but looking closely at the photo, Detective Carter noticed something unsettling: the tension in Sarah's smile, the distance in Thomas's eyes. The family Christmas card that looked perfect at first glance now seemed like a carefully constructed faux-pas. The nursery itself was meticulously decorated in soft yellows and greens. Expensive furniture, designer bedding, a hand-painted mural of a garden on one wall. It seemed like a room created with love and attention to detail. But beneath that veneer of normalcy lay those disturbing messages, revealed only when the crime scene technicians began removing layers of paint. It looks like they painted over the messages multiple times, explained forensic specialist Andrea Wung. We found at least 3 distinct layers of writing, all covered by fresh paint. The oldest messages are hardest to decipher, but they contain phrases like "she's not sleeping" and "check the monitor at 3:17. The investigation revealed that the Novaks were the third family to live in the house in the past 5 years. Each previous family had also left suddenly, though they had provided explanations: job transfers, family emergencies. None had mentioned anything about the house itself. The real estate records showed each family had renovated the nursery before moving in. Detective Carter tracked down the previous owners, the Simmons family, now living in Florida. Rachel Simmons sounded nervous on the phone. "We just couldn't stay there," she finally admitted after several minutes of vague answers. "Our son wouldn't sleep in that room. He would scream every night, pointing at the empty corner. The pediatrician said it was just night terrors," but her voice trailed off. "But what, Mrs. Simmons?" Detective Carter prompted gently. "We started having nightmares too, the same one, a woman humming in the nursery, and sometimes I'd swear I could hear it when I was awake. My husband thought I was losing my mind. Maybe I was. We painted that room 4 times in 6 months." The detective made a note. Did you ever write on the walls, Mrs. Simmons?" The silence on the line stretched uncomfortably before she answered. "Yes, I don't know why. I started writing warnings for the next family, I guess. My husband painted over them before we put the house on the market. He said it would make it impossible to sell." The investigation into the Novak family's disappearance gradually uncovered a disturbing timeline. Thomas had stopped going to work on January 3rd, calling in sick for the first time since he'd been hired. Neighbors reported seeing lights on at all hours in the house for several days. The last confirmed sighting was January 7th, when the mail carrier noted Thomas accepting a package, looking exhausted and disheveled. The Novak cell phone records showed a series of strange calls in the days before they vanished. Multiple calls to a child psychologist, to Thomas's mother in Boston, and finally, several calls to a local priest. Father Michael Donovan remembered the conversation clearly. "Thomas called me in a state of extreme distress. He wasn't one of my parishioners, but he was desperate to speak with someone. He asked me about evil, whether it could attach itself to places, to objects, whether it could target a child." The priest shifted uncomfortably in his chair. "I suggested he bring his family to the church, but he said they couldn't leave the house. He was afraid of what might follow them." The most puzzling piece of evidence came from the Novak's computer. In the weeks before their disappearance, Sarah had been researching the history of their house. She had accessed county records, newspaper archives, even old maps of the area. Her search history revealed queries about child deaths, Ridgewood, Maine, house built on cemetery, and most disturbingly, can a baby be born evil? Detective Carter expanded his investigation to include the history of the property. Before the house was built in 1998, the land had been vacant for decades. Before that, it had been part of a larger farm dating back to the 1800s. There were no records of any cemeteries, no notorious crimes, nothing that would explain the strange pattern of frightened families and abandoned children's rooms. The Novak's bank accounts showed no activity after January 8th. Their credit cards were unused. Their cars were still registered in their names but had never been found. It was as if the family had simply vanished into thin air, taking only what they could carry. As months passed, the case went cold. The house at 287 Maple Avenue remained empty, the bank unable to sell it despite drastically lowering the price. Detective Carter found himself driving by occasionally, drawn back by the unanswered questions. One evening in late October, he noticed a light on in the upstairs window of the nursery. He called for backup, but entered the house alone, gun drawn, heart pounding. The nursery door was closed. As he reached for the handle, he thought he heard something from the other side, a soft, rhythmic sound. Someone was humming. The door swung open easily, revealing an empty room. The walls were bare now, stripped to the drywall during the investigation. No furniture remained, no sign of any intruder. Detective Carter holstered his weapon and stepped inside, feeling suddenly cold despite the mild weather. In the corner of the room, barely visible in the fading light, was a small object. A baby monitor switched on, the power light glowing red in the darkness. It hadn't been there during the investigation. Carter was certain of that. As he reached for it, the static on the monitor suddenly cleared, and through the speaker came the unmistakable sound of a woman's voice humming a lullaby. And beneath it, almost too faint to hear a baby's laugh. Detective Carter's final report on the Novak case remains officially open. The family was never found. The house at 287 Maple Avenue was eventually demolished by the city after multiple complaints from neighbors about strange noises at night. The property remains vacant to this day, an empty lot where nothing will grow. Sometimes residents of Ridgewood claim they can hear humming coming from the empty lot, especially on quiet nights. Others dismiss it as the wind through the trees or overactive imaginations fueled by local legend. But parents in the neighborhood hurry their children past the vacant lot, and no one lingers there after dark. And Detective Elijah Carter, who took early retirement 6 months after the Novick case, still wakes at 3:17 every morning, listening for sounds that aren't there, wondering about the warnings hidden beneath layers of paint, and what really happened to the quiet family who once lived at 287 Maple Avenue. Crime 3, wrapped in wax paper, no note, no envelope, just a cleanly severed tongue. DNA linked it to a woman who had disappeared weeks earlier. When they returned to the mailbox the next day, it was empty except for a receipt with one word printed: delivered. In the small town of Millbrook, Connecticut, population 6,412, people didn't lock their doors until the summer of 2018. The community sat nestled between rolling hills and dense woodlands, where maple trees lined Main Street and everyone recognized each other at Grayson's Market. This was where Eliza Mercer, 34, had lived her entire life. She worked as a speech therapist at the local elementary school, helping children overcome their difficulties with language and irony that would later haunt the investigation. Eliza lived alone in a modest blue colonial house on Willow Lane, just 3 blocks from her childhood home where her parents still resided. Her colleagues described her as reserved but warm, the kind of person who remembered everyone's birthdays and brought homemade cranberry muffins to faculty meetings. She kept a garden, volunteered at the animal shelter on weekends, and called her mother every evening at 8:15 p.m. According to those who knew her best, Eliza had no enemies. On Tuesday, June 12th, Eliza finished her workday at 3:30 p.m., stayed an extra hour to prepare materials for the following day's sessions, and left the school at 4:38 p.m. according to security footage. Her silver Honda Civic was captured on the town's only traffic camera at the intersection of Main and Harvest Streets at 4:42 p.m. She had texted her friend Caroline about meeting for coffee that weekend. Nothing seemed unusual. But Eliza never made her 8:15 p.m. call to her mother that night. By 9:30 p.m., Patricia Mercer had called her daughter's cell phone 6 times. Each call went straight to voicemail. At 10:15 p.m., she convinced her husband Robert to drive to Eliza's house. The lights were off. The Honda was in the driveway. The front door was unlocked, which wasn't necessarily unusual in Millbrook, but Eliza's purse sat on the kitchen counter with her wallet inside. Her phone was nowhere to be found. The living room showed no signs of struggle. In the kitchen, a pot of water sat on the stove, cold by the time the Mercers arrived. A cutting board held half a diced onion, the knife placed neatly beside it. It appeared Eliza had begun preparing dinner and then stopped. Detective Aaron Holloway of the Millbrook Police Department initially classified Eliza's disappearance as a missing person case with suspicious circumstances. The department, with its force of just 11 officers, rarely dealt with anything more serious than the occasional DUI or petty theft. The last major crime had been a gas station robbery in 2013. There were no signs of forced entry, Holloway would later explain in his testimony. No apparent struggle, but something felt wrong from the start. People don't just walk away in the middle of chopping an onion. The investigation revealed that Eliza's bedroom window was unlocked, though her bed was made and nothing appeared disturbed. A single long black hair was found on her pillow, significant because Eliza had shoulder-length blonde hair. Initial DNA testing would later confirm that the hair did not belong to anyone in Eliza's immediate circle. For the first week, the townspeople organized search parties, combing through the woods surrounding Millbrook. Flyers with Eliza's smiling face appeared in shop windows. Local news covered the story, but without any signs of violence or a clear crime scene. The coverage remained limited to human interest pieces about a tight-knit community rallying together. Then came July 2nd, exactly 20 days after Eliza's disappearance. Martin Grayson, owner of Grayson's Market, went to check his mailbox at the end of his long rural driveway as he did every morning at 7:30 a.m. Inside, he found a small package wrapped in wax paper, roughly the size of a deck of cards. There was no address, no postmark. Someone had placed it there by hand. When he unwrapped it, he discovered what appeared to be a piece of raw meat. He initially thought it was a prank until he realized what he was looking at. It was a human tongue. Grayson immediately called the police. The tongue was transported to the state crime lab, where DNA testing confirmed what many had already feared: it belonged to Eliza Mercer. The medical examiner noted that the tongue had been removed with surgical precision, using a sharp blade and steady hand. More disturbing still was the fact that the tissue showed minimal decomposition, suggesting it had been preserved somehow before being delivered. The question that haunted investigators was whether Eliza was still alive. A human can survive without a tongue, though the trauma and blood loss would be severe without immediate medical attention. Had someone been keeping her captive all this time? Was this a trophy or a message? The next morning, Detective Holloway returned to Grayson's mailbox. The wax paper was gone. In its place was a white receipt, the kind printed at grocery store checkouts. It was blank except for one word typed in the center: delivered. The community reeled from this development. Parents began escorting their children to school. The elementary school where Eliza worked hired additional security. Neighbors who had never bothered with home security systems now installed cameras and deadbolts. The investigation took a new direction when Holloway discovered that Martin Grayson's son, Timothy, had been a student of Eliza's 7 years earlier. Timothy, now 19, had been diagnosed with a severe speech impediment as a child, and Eliza had worked extensively with him. According to school records, Timothy had made remarkable progress under her care. Timothy Grayson was now studying pre-med at the University of Connecticut, home for summer break. His roommate at college described him as intense but brilliant, particularly interested in surgical techniques. A search of Timothy's laptop revealed research on human anatomy, specifically related to the tongue and vocal cords. There were also several deleted searches about preservation methods for tissue samples. When questioned, Timothy appeared cooperative but oddly detached. He claimed to have been at a friend's house playing video games the night Eliza disappeared, an alibi his friend Jacob Peterson corroborated. However, cell tower data showed that Timothy's phone had pinged near Willow Lane around 7:45 p.m. that evening. "I helped find my voice," Timothy told Detective Holloway during his third interview. "She helped all of us find our voices." The investigation hit another turning point when Karen Simmons, the high school librarian, came forward with information. She recalled that 6 months earlier, Timothy had requested several books on ancient punishment rituals, specifically those involving the removal of tongues from liars and oath breakers. A search warrant for the Grayson home revealed nothing conclusive. The family's large property included several outbuildings, all of which were thoroughly examined. In the basement of their home, luminol testing revealed traces of blood on the utility sink. though the amount was minimal and could have had innocent explanations. Then on July 15th, another package appeared, this time in the mailbox of Eliza's parents. Inside was a small voice recorder. When they pressed play, they heard what sounded like labored breathing, followed by a strange, guttural attempt at speech, as if someone without a tongue was trying desperately to communicate. The recording lasted 37 seconds before ending abruptly. Audio analysts from the state police examined the recording, but could not enhance it enough to decipher any words. In the background, they detected what might have been running water, and more distinctly, the sound of a grandfather clock chiming twice. The Mercers did not own a grandfather clock, but Martin Grayson did, an antique passed down through generations, standing prominently in their living room. When police returned to the Grayson home with another search warrant, they found Timothy's bedroom empty. His car was gone. His phone had been turned off. Martin and his wife claimed they didn't know where their son had gone, insisting he must have been frightened by the investigation. 3 days later, Timothy's car was found abandoned at a trailhead 40 miles north of Millbrook, at the entrance to the Appalachian Trail. Inside was a notebook filled with anatomical drawings of the human tongue and throat, along with fragments of poetry about silence and voice. The last page contained a single sentence: "She taught me how to speak, but never listened to what I was saying." An extensive search of the surrounding wilderness yielded no trace of Timothy or Eliza. Tracking dogs lost the scent after a quarter mile. Helicopters with thermal imaging detected nothing unusual in the dense forest. In October, hunters discovered a small cave 2 miles from where Timothy's car had been abandoned. Inside were signs that someone had been living there: a sleeping bag, empty food containers, and most disturbingly, medical supplies including surgical gauze, antiseptic, and a set of scalpels. DNA testing confirmed that blood on one of the scalpels belonged to Eliza Mercer. To this day, neither Eliza nor Timothy has been found. The voice recorder remains the last known evidence that Eliza might have been alive after her disappearance, though experts cannot say with certainty when the recording was made. Some in Millbrook believe Timothy is keeping Eliza somewhere remote, conducting some twisted experiment born from his medical studies and childhood history. Others think both are dead, perhaps by suicide or accident in the vast wilderness of the Appalachian Mountains. Every year on the anniversary of Eliza's disappearance, her students place flowers at the elementary school speech therapy room, which now bears her name. And every year on that same date, Martin Grayson finds his mailbox empty except for a single blank receipt. The case remains open, one of thousands of unsolved disappearances across America. But in Millbrook, Connecticut, people now lock their doors. They check their mailboxes with caution. And they listen, always listen, for sounds in the night that might be someone trying to speak without a tongue. Crime 4, no one had entered in years. When they forced it open, the room inside was pristine, bed made, walls clean, air stale, but every nail was hammered from within. On the bed was a journal. The final entry read, "She stopped knocking." The small town of Pinewood Creek, Massachusetts, had always been the kind of place where neighbors knew each other by name, where the local diner served the same blueberry pancakes for 30 years, and where the seasonal changes were marked by community gatherings at the town square. In this tight-knit community of just over 4,000 souls, the Mercer family home stood on Willow Lane, a modest 2-story colonial with chipped white paint and navy blue shutters. Daniel Mercer, a quiet man of 42, had lived in the house his entire life. After his parents passed away 7 years earlier, his father from a heart attack, his mother, from what the locals called a broken heart. 6 months later, Daniel inherited the family home. He worked as a librarian at the Pinewood Creek Public Library, where his meticulous attention to detail and soft-spoken demeanor made him both respected and somewhat invisible to the patrons he served. Those who knew Daniel described him as painfully shy but unfailingly polite. He arrived at the library each morning at precisely 8:45 a.m., unlocked the doors at 9:00, and followed the same routine every day. His colleagues noted his preference for ham and cheese sandwiches on white bread, which he ate alone in the break room while reading historical biographies. He never attended staff parties, politely declining with handwritten notes expressing his regrets. Daniel's life was one of quiet routine until March of 2018, when he suddenly stopped coming to work. After 3 days of absence without communication, something entirely out of character, the library director, Margaret Holloway, called the local police to request a wellness check. "Daniel hasn't missed a day in 15 years, she told Officer James Wilson over the phone. "Not one. Even when he had that terrible flu in 2012, he came in wearing a mask. Something's wrong." Officer Wilson and his partner, Officer Tanya Rivera, arrived at the Mercer home at 2:17 p.m. on a Thursday afternoon. The March air still carried winter's chill, and dark clouds threatened rain. The officers noted the neatly maintained yard, the mail collected from the box, and the drawn curtains. Everything appeared normal from the outside. They knocked once, twice, 3 times, no answer. "Mr. Mercer, Daniel Mercer, this is the Pinewood Creek Police Department. We're conducting a wellness check," Officer Wilson called through the door. The silence that followed felt unusually heavy. After attempting to reach Daniel by phone and receiving no response, the officers made the decision to enter the home under exigent circumstances. The front door was locked, but a side door leading to the kitchen was unlocked, unusual for the security-conscious Daniel, according to neighbors later interviewed. The kitchen was immaculate, not a dish in the sink. The refrigerator hummed quietly, stocked with carefully organized food, none of it spoiled. A single coffee mug sat upside down on a dish towel, completely dry. "Mr. Mercer," Officer Rivera called as they moved through the dining room and into the living room. Nothing seemed out of place. No signs of struggle or disturbance. The television was off. A book lay on the coffee table, a bookmark placed precisely halfway through. It was only when the officers ascended the stairs to the second floor that the atmosphere in the house seemed to shift. The temperature dropped noticeably as they reached the landing. 4 doors lined the hallway, 3 bedrooms and a bathroom, typical of homes built in the area during the 1950s. 3 doors stood open. The master bedroom, clearly occupied by Daniel, was tidy with the bed made. The bathroom showed signs of recent use. A slightly damp towel hung neatly on the rack. The third room appeared to be a home office with bookshelves lining the walls. But the 4th door at the end of the hallway was closed. And as the officers approached it, they noticed something odd. Around the edges of the door frame were dozens of nails, small finishing nails hammered through the door and into the frame from the inside. "What the hell?" Officer Wilson muttered, examining the nails. Someone sealed this from inside the room. Officer Rivera's hand moved instinctively to her service weapon. "That's not possible," she said, but her voice carried uncertainty. They called for backup, and after a brief consultation with their sergeant, made the decision to force the door open. It took considerable effort to break through, the nails holding firm even as the wood of the door frame began to splinter. When they finally gained entry, the officer stood in stunned silence. The room inside was a bedroom, smaller than the master but meticulously maintained. The twin bed was made with hospital corners, the blue and white striped comforter smooth and unwrinkled. A wooden desk stood against one wall, its surface bare except for a leather-bound journal placed precisely in the center. The closet door was closed. The air was stale and still, carrying a faint scent of mothballs and something else, something unidentifiable that made Officer Rivera's nose wrinkle slightly. "No one's been in here for a while," Officer Wilson observed, noting the fine layer of dust on the windowsill, the only surface that showed any signs of neglect. There was no sign of Daniel Mercer, no sign of any disturbance, just a perfectly preserved bedroom that appeared to have been sealed from the inside by someone who could not possibly have left afterward. Officer Rivera approached the desk and carefully opened the journal. The first page contained neat, precise handwriting. "Property of Daniel Mercer. Started January 15, 2018. She flipped through the pages, scanning the entries that detailed mundane aspects of Daniel's daily life, books he'd read, observations about library patrons, notes about the changing seasons. The entries were dated consistently until she reached March 2nd, 2018, 5 days before their wellness check. The final entry read, "She stopped knocking. After 3 years of the same thing every night, she stopped. I should feel relieved. Instead, I'm terrified of what it means. I think she found another way in." "Wilson, look at this," Rivera said, tilting the journal toward her partner. As Wilson leaned in to read, a soft thud came from the closet. Both officers froze, exchanging glances. Rivera drew her weapon and nodded toward the closet door. Wilson approached cautiously, calling out, "Mr. Mercer, Daniel, are you in there? It's the police." No response. With one quick motion, Wilson pulled open the closet door to reveal nothing. Just neatly hung clothes, a row of polished shoes, and a few storage boxes stacked on the shelf above. But as they stared into the empty closet, both officers noticed scratch marks on the inside of the closet door. Deep, jagged marks that looked as though they had been made by fingernails or something sharper. The investigation into Daniel Mercer's disappearance consumed Pinewood Creek for months. The forensic team found no evidence of blood or violence in the home. His car remained in the garage. His bank accounts showed no activity after March 2nd. His passport remained in his desk drawer. It was as if Daniel had simply vanished. The journal offered few clues. Earlier entries mentioned knocking from inside the closet beginning in 2015, shortly after Daniel had sealed off what had once been his childhood bedroom. Neighbors reported seeing Daniel talking to himself in the yard occasionally, but no one had ever heard him mention feeling threatened or afraid. Margaret Holloway from the library told investigators that Daniel had seemed increasingly tired in the weeks before his disappearance. He jumped at small noises, she recalled. Once, when a patron dropped a book, he gasped and dropped to the floor. It wasn't like him at all. 3 months into the investigation, a forensic psychologist suggested that Daniel might have suffered from a mental health condition, perhaps schizophrenia or severe anxiety disorder, that had gone undiagnosed. The theory was that he had experienced a psychotic break and either harmed himself or fled. But no body was ever found. No trace of Daniel ever surfaced in hospital records or homeless shelters or neighboring communities. The sealed room remained a disturbing puzzle that no one could solve. How had someone nailed a door shut from the inside, then disappeared? The case grew cold. The Mercer house remained empty, becoming the subject of local legends. Children dared each other to touch the front door on Halloween. Teenagers told stories about hearing knocking coming from inside the walls. 2 years after Daniel's disappearance, the town council voted to seize the property for unpaid taxes. When workers arrived to clear out the house before putting it up for auction, they made a disturbing discovery. The door to the fourth bedroom, which had been replaced after the police investigation, was once again nailed shut from the inside. This time when they broke it open, they found the room transformed. The pristine bedroom was now in disarray, the mattress stripped, the desk overturned, the closet door hanging off its hinges, and written on the wall in what appeared to be dried blood were 5 words. "She found me, she's waiting." Forensic testing later confirmed that the blood belonged to Daniel Mercer, but his body was never found. The journal was missing, and the scratch marks inside the closet door had multiplied, forming a distinct pattern that one investigator claimed looked like a crude drawing of a doorway. To this day, the case of Daniel Mercer remains unsolved. The house on Willow Lane was eventually demolished, and a small park now stands in its place. But longtime residents of Pinewood Creek avoid the park after dark. Some claim they can hear knocking coming from beneath the ground, soft at first, then increasingly desperate. And in the apartment complex across town where Margaret Holloway now lives, neighbors sometimes complain about the sound of knocking coming from inside her closet. Margaret never responds to these complaints. According to the building manager, she simply smiles sadly and whispers, "It's best not to answer." What happened to Daniel Mercer? Did he suffer a psychological break that led to self-harm? Did someone else gain access to the house and stage an elaborate scene? Or is there something more unexplainable at work in Pinewood Creek? The closet door was nailed shut from the inside, and somewhere perhaps knocking continues, waiting for someone new to answer. Crime 5, an exact replica of the house down to furniture, wallpaper, even the chipped tile. But one morning a new room appeared on the miniature second floor. Inside, a red chair, a rope, and a mirror. That same day, they found a red chair missing from the attic. Sarah Winters had always been known for her dollhouses. In the small community of Ridgepoint, Vermont, her creations were local landmarks of sorts, each one meticulously crafted, often commissioned as replicas of the client's actual home. Her workshop occupied the converted garage of her 1920s colonial, a house she had inherited from her grandmother 15 years earlier, when Sarah was just 23. The Mercer family had approached her 6 months ago. Thomas and Rebecca Mercer had purchased the old Hargrove estate on Elmwood Drive, a sprawling Victorian that had sat empty for nearly a decade. They wanted a dollhouse version as a gift for their 10-year-old daughter, Emma. Sarah had accepted the commission with her usual enthusiasm, visiting the house multiple times to photograph, measure, and absorb every detail. By all accounts, Sarah was thorough in her work. Neighbors would see her Subaru parked outside the Mercer home at odd hours, early mornings when the light hit the east-facing windows just right, or late afternoons when the setting sun revealed shadows and textures invisible at midday. The Mercers had given her a key, trusting her completely with access to their home. The dollhouse was completed in early October. Detective Marcus Reed would later review the photographs. The miniature version was indeed remarkable. The hand-painted trim matched the actual house's faded blue-gray. The tiny furniture replicated the Mercers' antique collection. Sarah had even created miniature family portraits to hang on the walls. The Mercers were delighted, and Emma was enchanted. 3 weeks later, on October 27th, Rebecca Mercer called Sarah. Her voice on the answering machine sounded confused, almost embarrassed. "Sarah, it's Rebecca. Something odd has happened with the dollhouse. Could you come by today? Please call me back." Phone records would later confirm that Sarah returned the call at 2:17 p.m., speaking with Rebecca for 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Sarah's calendar showed an appointment at the Mercer home for 4:00 p.m. that same day. Sarah never returned home that evening. Her sister Elaine reported her missing the next morning when Sarah failed to meet her for their weekly breakfast at the Ridgepoint Diner, a tradition they had maintained for over 8 years without a single absence. When Elaine called the Mercer home, Thomas answered, sounding distracted. "Sarah, no, she never showed up yesterday. Rebecca waited until almost 6, but we assumed she got held up with something." The disconnect was immediate and troubling. Sarah had left her house. Neighbors confirmed seeing her Subaru pull out of the driveway shortly after 3:30 p.m. Traffic cameras captured the vehicle heading west on Main Street toward Elmwood Drive at 3:42 p.m., but the Mercers insisted she never arrived. When Detective Reed arrived at Sarah's home that afternoon, everything appeared normal. Her workshop was neat and organized, with several projects in various stages of completion. Her phone and wallet were missing, suggesting she had taken them when she left. Nothing seemed out of place except for a single notepad by the phone where Sarah had written, "Mercer's 4 p.m. new room." It was the dollhouse itself that provided the first genuine chill in the investigation. When Reed visited the Mercer home on October 29th, Rebecca led him straight to it, her hand trembling as she pointed to the second floor. "This room wasn't here before," she whispered. "Sarah didn't build this." The dollhouse had originally replicated their home precisely, 4 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms on the second floor. Now there was a 5th room, small but unmistakable, tucked between Emma's bedroom and the hallway bathroom. Inside was a single red wingback chair, a length of rope coiled on the floor, and a tiny mirror hanging on the wall. "We don't have a room there," Thomas Mercer insisted, his voice tight, "and we don't have a chair like that." But they did, or rather they had. A search of the actual house revealed that the attic, a space Sarah had also meticulously replicated in the dollhouse, was missing its red wingback chair. A chair that had belonged to the previous owners and that the Mercers had stored there, planning to reupholster it eventually. The rope and mirror were not identifiable as coming from anywhere in the house. As Reed expanded his investigation, other details emerged. Sarah's Subaru was found 3 days later, parked neatly at the Ridgepoint trailhead, a popular starting point for hikers exploring the nearby state forest. Her keys, phone, and wallet were gone. The car contained no fingerprints except her own. Interviews with the Mercers grew increasingly tense. Rebecca insisted that Sarah had sounded normal on the phone, curious about the new room but not alarmed. Thomas's alibi for the afternoon of October 27th was solid. He had been at his law office until 7 p.m., confirmed by his secretary and security footage. Rebecca had been home with Emma, but no one could corroborate this except Emma herself, who simply said her mother had been working in her study most of the afternoon. The search of the woods yielded nothing. No signs of Sarah, no discarded personal items, no disturbed earth suggesting a burial site. It was as if she had simply vanished between her home and the Mercers. A week into the investigation, Emma Mercer approached Detective Reed when her parents stepped out of the room during a follow-up interview. "The lady in the dollhouse talks to me sometimes," she whispered. Reed, trained to take children's statements seriously without alarming them, asked gently, "What lady is that, Emma?" "The one in the red chair. She says she's waiting for someone to find her." When Reed examined the dollhouse again, he noticed something he had missed before. The tiny mirror in the mysterious room didn't reflect the miniature room itself. Instead, it seemed to show a different space altogether, what looked like the inside of an attic, with sloped ceilings and exposed beams. The Mercer home's attic was immediately searched more thoroughly. The missing chair was not found, but in the far corner, behind a stack of boxes, investigators discovered a small door that had been wallpapered over to match the surrounding surface. It opened to reveal a crawlspace between the walls, a narrow passage that ran behind the second-floor bathroom. Inside the crawlspace was a roll of wallpaper matching that used in the dollhouse's mysterious room, scraps of red fabric, and a woman's earring later identified as belonging to Sarah. But there was no sign of Sarah herself. The investigation continued for months. The Mercers were questioned repeatedly but maintained their innocence. Without evidence of foul play or a body, the case gradually cooled. Sarah Winters was classified as a missing person, one of thousands who disappear each year in America. Almost exactly 1 year later, Emma Mercer began seeing a therapist for recurring nightmares. According to confidential reports, she repeatedly described dreams of a woman sitting in a red chair, holding a small replica of their house, saying, "I'm still here, inside the walls, watching." The Mercers sold their home 6 months later and moved to Colorado. They did not take the dollhouse with them. To this day, visitors to the Ridgepoint Historical Society, where the dollhouse was eventually donated, occasionally report that the furniture in the mysterious fifth room seems to shift between viewings. The red chair sometimes faces the window, sometimes the door. The tiny mirror sometimes reflects the room itself, and other times shows what appears to be an attic space. And on quiet afternoons, when the museum is nearly empty, some claim they can hear the faintest sound coming from inside, like someone gently tapping on the walls, asking to be found. Sarah Winters remains missing. The case remains open. Crime 6, just a wooden frame nailed into a concrete wall, no hinges, no handle. But behind it the wall felt hollow. When they broke through, they found a crawlspace containing dozens of children's drawings. All showed the same figure, faceless, long arms holding a key. The house at 1478 Westbrook Lane sat empty for nearly 2 years before the Kellers bought it. Priced well below market value, the 3-bedroom colonial in the quiet suburb of Mapleton, Ohio, seemed like the perfect opportunity for Sarah and David Keller to finally own a home. The real estate agent mentioned that the previous owners had left suddenly, but in the economic downturn of 2019, this wasn't unusual. Many families had simply walked away from underwater mortgages. Sarah was 34, a pediatric nurse at Mapleton General, with kind eyes and the patient disposition her profession demanded. David, 2 years older, worked remotely as a software developer. They had no children yet, but the extra bedroom would make a perfect nursery someday. The house needed some updating. The wallpaper in the kitchen was straight out of 1992, and the basement could use a proper renovation, but the bones were good. "I can feel it," Sarah told her sister on the phone the day after closing. "This is going to be our forever home." The first month passed in a blur of paint cans, furniture deliveries, and take-out dinners eaten on the living room floor. David tackled the kitchen renovation while Sarah organized their belongings. In mid-October, David decided to begin work on the basement. "I'm thinking a little home office down here," he said, surveying the space. "Maybe a small entertainment area could be nice." The basement was typical for a home of that age. Concrete floors, cinder block walls, a few small windows near the ceiling. A furnace and water heater occupied one corner, nothing strange or remarkable except for what they would later call the door. It wasn't truly a door, just a wooden frame secured to the concrete wall on the far side of the basement. No hinges, no knob, just 4 pieces of trim nailed into the wall, framing nothing. The previous owners had placed a tall shelving unit in front of it, which David moved aside when measuring for his office. "That's weird," he said, running his hand along the frame. "Why would someone build a fake door?" Sarah shrugged. Maybe they planned to add a door but never got around to it. When David knocked on the wall inside the frame, something felt off. The concrete sounded different, hollow somehow. He mentioned it to Sarah, who suggested they ask the neighbors about the previous owners. The next day, Sarah brought a plate of cookies to Ellen Russo, the elderly woman who lived next door. Ellen welcomed her in, and over tea, Sarah casually asked about the former residents of 1478 Westbrook Lane. "The Bennetts," Ellen said, her voice softening. "Such a lovely family. Quiet, kept to themselves. Richard, he was the father, worked at the university. The mother, Diane, stayed home with their daughter, Lucy. Sweet little thing, about 8 when they moved in." "Do you know why they left so suddenly?" Sarah asked. Ellen's expression changed. "Well, that was the strange part. Lucy disappeared one day. April 2018, I think, just gone, no signs of forced entry, nothing missing except the child. The police investigated for months, terrible time for everyone in the neighborhood." Sarah felt a chill despite the warmth of Ellen's kitchen. Did they ever find her? Ellen shook her head. "The Bennetts moved away about 6 months later. I heard they went to live with Diane's parents in Michigan. I send a Christmas card every year, but they never respond." That evening, Sarah relayed the conversation to David, who had spent the day removing the wooden frame from the basement wall. "I thought there might be something behind it," he explained. "And look," he showed her photos on his phone. The concrete behind the frame was a slightly different color than the surrounding wall. "I think someone patched this area, did a pretty good job, but you can see the difference." Sarah recalled Ellen's story about Lucy Bennett's disappearance. "David, I don't like this." "Let me just check something," he said, heading to the basement with a hammer. Sarah followed reluctantly. In the dim basement light, David began tapping the wall with the hammer, listening carefully. Hear that? Definitely hollow. With growing unease, Sarah watched as David began chipping away at the concrete. After 15 minutes of steady work, a small hole appeared. David shined a flashlight through it. "There's a space behind here," he said, voice tight. "A crawl space or something." By midnight, they had created a hole large enough for David to crawl through. The space beyond was small, perhaps 6 feet deep and 4 feet high, extending the width of the wooden frame. The beam of David's flashlight revealed a disturbing tableau, dozens of children's drawings pinned to the inner walls. Most were drawn in crayon: houses, trees, the sun with radiating lines, standard children's art. But interspersed among these innocuous pictures were others that sent a chill through both Sarah and David. Drawings of a tall figure, faceless, with unnaturally long arms. In many of these pictures, the figure held what appeared to be a key. "Oh my God," Sarah whispered, leaning into the opening. "David, look at the floor." In the corner lay a small pink backpack, dusty but unmistakable. A luggage tag hung from one strap, bearing the name Lucy Bennett in childish handwriting. Detective James Morgan arrived at the Keller home 40 minutes after their call. By morning, the quiet neighborhood was transformed by police vehicles, crime scene tape, and news vans. Technicians carefully documented and removed every drawing from the hidden space, along with Lucy's backpack and a few other items, a small blanket, an empty water bottle, and a flashlight with dead batteries. The case of Lucy Bennett, cold for almost 2 years, was suddenly the most pressing investigation in Mapleton. Officers interviewed the neighbors, revisiting old statements and searching for new information. Across the street, a retired teacher named Margaret Wells recalled something she hadn't mentioned in the original investigation. "I sometimes saw a man watching the Bennett house," she told Detective Morgan. "Not Richard, someone else, older, maybe in his 60s. I noticed him several times that spring, sitting in a blue sedan." The detail about the blue sedan matched a statement from another neighbor who had seen such a vehicle parked on Westbrook Lane the day Lucy disappeared. At the time, police had been unable to locate the car or its owner. Richard and Diane Bennett returned to Mapleton after learning of the discovery. They stayed with Ellen Russo, unable to face entering their former home. When shown the drawings from the hidden room, Diane collapsed in tears. "These are Lucy's," she confirmed. "She was always drawing, but these," she pointed to the faceless figure drawings, "these started a few months before she disappeared. She called him the key man, said he visited her in dreams." Richard Bennett provided additional context. "Lucy began having nightmares. She'd wake up screaming about the key man coming to take her away. We thought it was just childhood imagination. His voice broke. We should have listened more carefully." Detective Morgan's team expanded their search, combing through registered sex offenders in the area and reviewing security footage from nearby businesses. One name emerged: Edward Harmon, 67, a former janitor at Mapleton Elementary School who had been questioned but cleared during the initial investigation. Harmon drove a blue Chevrolet sedan and lived less than a mile from the Bennetts. When officers went to question him again, Harmon's house was empty. Neighbors said he had left 2 days after the discovery at the Keller home made the local news. A search of Harmon's residence revealed nothing immediately incriminating: no photos of Lucy, no souvenirs that might tie him to her disappearance. But in his bedroom, detectives found a small wooden box containing various keys, none of which belonged to his house or car. And on his bedroom wall hung a single framed picture, a child's drawing of a house with a smiling sun above it, signed Lucy B. Despite an extensive manhunt, Edward Harmon remained elusive. His car was found abandoned at a bus terminal in Columbus, but security footage showed him boarding a bus to Chicago, where the trail went cold. 6 weeks after the discovery in the Keller's basement, another disturbing development occurred. A package arrived at the Mapleton Police Department addressed to Detective Morgan. Inside was a single sheet of paper, a drawing of the faceless figure with long arms holding a key. On the back, written in neat block letters, "She's safe now. Look in the ATTICS." The note prompted searches of both the Bennett's former home and Harmon's house. In the attic of Harmon's residence, accessible only through a small hatch in a bedroom closet, investigators found a hidden compartment containing a child's shoe, the match to one found in Lucy's bedroom after her disappearance. To this day, Lucy Bennett has not been found. Edward Harmon remains on the FBI's most wanted list. The Kellers still live in the house on Westbrook Lane, though they sealed up the hidden space and converted the basement into a home gym instead of an office. Sarah Keller, who once imagined raising children in that house, now says she can't imagine doing so. Sometimes, late at night when David is asleep, she sits in the dark living room and listens. The house creaks and settles around her, and she wonders if somewhere behind another wall there might be another door that leads nowhere, or perhaps somewhere terrible. In Mapleton, parents hold their children closer. Neighbors watch each other's houses more carefully. And in a third-grade classroom at Mapleton Elementary, a new student sometimes draws pictures of a tall figure with no face, long arms extended, holding what looks like a key. The teacher collects these drawings and takes them directly to the police station. So far, they have found no connection to Lucy Bennett's case, but Detective Morgan keeps them all in a file labeled Key Man, just in case. Sometimes the things we fear most are hiding in plain sight, framed like doorways to nowhere, waiting for someone to look closely enough to see what lies behind. Crime 7, the floor beneath the mattress was covered in dusty handprints, some small, some smeared, some layered over each other. None matched the current residence, and pressed into the wood at the center was a perfect palm print with 7 fingers. Marion Clark stood frozen at the edge of her daughter's bedroom, watching the police photographer document each print. Her husband Thomas hovered anxiously behind her, his hand occasionally brushing her shoulder in a gesture that seemed more for his comfort than hers. "We've lived here for 8 months, Marion whispered. "I've cleaned under there at least twice." Detective Sarah Conline nodded without looking up from her notepad. She'd been assigned to the case 48 hours after 16-year-old Ellie Clark disappeared from this very bedroom in the quiet suburb of Pinehurst, Connecticut. Now, 6 days into the investigation, the discovery of these unusual handprints was the first significant lead. Ellie had always been a quiet child. Teachers described her as introspective and gifted but withdrawn. Her parents had moved the family to Pinehurst from Boston last summer, hoping the change would help their daughter overcome her social anxiety. Thomas had accepted a position at the local university's physics department, and Marion had started working remotely as a graphic designer. The move had seemed ideal, a fresh start in a safer community. The Clarks' Tudor-style home sat at the end of a tree-lined cul-de-sac, backing up to a nature preserve. Their neighbors were mostly retirees and young professionals without children. No one had noticed anything unusual the night Ellie vanished. No strange cars, no unfamiliar faces. The security cameras at the entrance to the subdivision had captured nothing suspicious. "Mrs. Clark," Detective Conley said, her voice low and measured, "I need to ask about Ellie's sleeping habits again. You mentioned she sometimes had trouble staying asleep." Marion nodded, her eyes still fixed on the handprints. "She's had night terrors since she was little. She'd wake up screaming about someone watching her. We took her to specialists. They said it was just anxiety, that she'd outgrow it." Thomas cleared his throat. She was doing better here. The episodes had almost stopped. Detective Conley made a note. "And the surveillance camera in the hallway, that was installed because of these episodes." "Yes," Thomas admitted. "When we moved here, we wanted to make sure we could monitor her movements in case she started sleepwalking again." The detective had already reviewed the footage from the night of the disappearance. At 2:17 a.m., Ellie's bedroom door had opened slightly. 23 minutes later, it closed. The angle of the camera didn't show who or what had moved the door. At 6:43 a.m., Marion had entered to wake Ellie for school and found the bed empty, the window closed and locked from the inside. The initial search had revealed nothing unusual, no signs of forced entry, no evidence that anyone other than the family had been in the house. Ellie's phone, wallet, and asthma medication were still on her nightstand. Her laptop showed no concerning online activities or communications. She had simply vanished. It wasn't until Detective Kunlai had insisted on removing the mattress and examining the floor beneath the bed that they'd found the handprints. The technician says they appear to be made with some kind of oil or residue, Kunlai explained. They're testing it now. The unusual configuration of the central print is being analyzed separately. Marion finally turned to face the detective. Who has 7 fingers, detective? Who would do this? Before Kunlai could answer, Officer Jensen appeared in the doorway. Detective, we found something in the attic. The attic access was in the hallway ceiling outside Ellie's room, a square panel that pulled down with a folding ladder. Thomas claimed they had never used it, that the home inspector had checked it before they bought the house and found nothing but old insulation. What Officer Jensen and his team discovered was a small living space, a thin foam mattress, a battery-powered lamp, several empty water bottles and protein bar wrappers, a backpack containing a change of clothes, a notebook filled with drawings, and a disposable camera. Most disturbing was a collection of small glass jars containing various liquids and powders. One jar held a dark, oily substance that appeared similar to the residue found on Ellie's floor. Someone was living up there, Detective Kunlai stated, watching the color drain from the Clarks' faces, possibly for months. The forensic team worked through the night. By morning they had preliminary results. The handprints under Ellie's bed had been made with a mixture of oils, clay, and an unknown organic compound. The pattern of prints suggested they had been made by someone lying on their back, pushing against the floorboards from below. Below, not above. This revelation led investigators to the basement, where they discovered a crawl space behind a false wall in the utility room. The space connected to a narrow tunnel that extended beneath the house, directly under Ellie's bedroom. As the investigation deepened, more disturbing details emerged. The previous owners of the house, an elderly couple named Harold and Margaret Wheaton, had sold the property quickly after only 8 months of residence. Before them, a family with 2 young boys had moved out abruptly, claiming their children had developed severe night terrors. County records revealed that the house had been built in 1927 by Dr. Leonard Ashford, a surgeon known for his experimental treatments of congenital deformities. After his wife's death in 1931, Dr. Ashford had become increasingly reclusive. He died in 1943, and the house had changed hands numerous times since then. A search of historical medical records uncovered a disturbing possibility. Dr. Ashford had a particular interest in polydactyly, the condition of having extra fingers or toes. Several of his patients had been children with this condition. One patient file referred to a boy with 7 fully formed digits on the right hand. 13 days after Ellie's disappearance, the police received an anonymous call. A teenage girl matching Ellie's description had been seen at a bus station in Albany, New York, 110 miles from Pinehurst. Security footage confirmed it was her. She had purchased a ticket to Chicago using cash. 2 days later, Ellie's laptop password was cracked by the FBI's cybercrime unit. Her search history revealed extensive research on local history, specifically about Dr. Ashford and his patients. She had accessed detailed floor plans of houses built during that era. Most concerning were her visits to forums dedicated to urban exploration and hidden spaces in historical homes. In a password-protected document titled Beneath, investigators found Ellie's journal entries dating back months before the family's move to Pinehurst. I've been having the dreams again, someone beneath my bed breathing, watching. I told Mom it was night terrors, but I know what I heard. Found old blueprints of houses in this neighborhood. They all have these strange spaces between floors, places where someone could hide. Made contact today, left my window unlocked, heard scratching under my bed at 3 a.m., too scared to look. The final entry was dated the night before her disappearance. It's not what I thought. They've been trapped for so long. I'm going to help them get out. If something happens to me, know that I chose this. When confronted with these findings, Marion broke down. She admitted that Ellie had always been fascinated by hidden things. As a child, she created elaborate hiding places throughout their previous homes. Thomas revealed that Ellie had been seeing a psychiatrist in Boston for her obsessive tendencies and had been prescribed medication, which she had apparently stopped taking after the move. The investigation expanded beyond the Clark residence. Ground-penetrating radar detected a network of narrow tunnels connecting several homes in the subdivision, tunnels that didn't appear on any official blueprints or utilities maps. Some of these passages had clearly been used recently. Then came another breakthrough. The disposable camera found in the attic contained 24 exposed frames. When developed, 23 showed various angles of the tunnels and crawl spaces. The final photo, blurry but discernible, captured a pale figure with an unusually large right hand. 5 weeks after her disappearance, Ellie Clark sent a postcard to her parents from Seattle, Washington. The message was brief: "I'm safe, I'm helping them, don't look for me." No fingerprints were found on the postcard except for those of the postal workers who had handled it. The handwriting was confirmed to be Ellie's. Detective Conley officially classified the case as a runaway, despite the Clarks' insistence that their daughter must have been coerced or manipulated. The tunnels were sealed off. The house was thoroughly searched one final time, then released back to the family. Thomas and Marion put it on the market immediately. The house remained unsold for over a year. Eventually, a young couple purchased it at a significantly reduced price, despite the real estate agent's required disclosure about the previous incident. 3 months after moving in, they reported hearing strange noises at night, scratching beneath the floors, whispers in the walls. And sometimes, in the early morning hours, the sound of something with too many fingers, tapping gently on the underside of their bed. Crime 8, dozens of human teeth glued into the corners and seams, molars, canines, all sizes. One shelf had the word chew carved repeatedly into it. Behind a cereal box, they found a glass jar labeled second batch. Inside was a photo of someone with no mouth. Angela Miller had always kept to herself in the small town of Millbrook, Nebraska. Her neighbors would occasionally see her tending to her garden in the early mornings, her slender figure moving methodically between rows of vegetables. She worked as a dental hygienist at the local clinic, having moved to Millbrook 8 years ago after her divorce. Her colleagues described her as meticulous and quietly professional. Dr. Jason Reeves, the dentist she worked with, found her reliable but somewhat distant. She never talked about her personal life, he would later tell investigators, but her work was impeccable. Patients liked her gentle approach. Angela lived alone in a modest bungalow on Sycamore Street. The house was well maintained on the outside, freshly painted shutters, a manicured lawn, seasonal decorations that changed like clockwork. Inside, however, Angela's home told a different story, one that wouldn't be discovered until that cold Thursday morning in November 2022. Her neighbor, Alina Watts, was the first to notice something amiss. Angela's newspapers had been piling up on her porch for 3 days. The lights that usually came on at precisely 6:15 p.m. remained dark. Most telling of all, Angela had missed her Tuesday evening walk, a ritual she had maintained without fail for years. "I knocked on her door that Wednesday," Alina later recounted, her voice trembling slightly during her police interview. "When she didn't answer, I peered through the front window. The house looked perfectly normal, perfectly clean, but something felt wrong. It was too still." Alina called the Millbrook Police Department at 9:42 a.m. on Thursday. Officer Daniel Carter responded to the wellness check, arriving at Angela's house just after 10:30. He knocked, announced himself, and after receiving no response, circled the property looking for signs of disturbance. All the doors were locked, windows secured, Officer Carter noted in his report, nothing out of place externally. He made the decision to enter after spotting Angela's car in the garage through a side window, the spare key hidden under a decorative rock in the garden, just as Alina had suggested, granted him access. The living room was immaculate, cushions perfectly arranged on the sofa, coffee table, books aligned at precise angles. The kitchen, too, appeared spotless, dishes washed and put away, countertops gleaming. Officer Carter called out Angela's name as he moved through the silent house. The bedroom yielded nothing unusual, a neatly made bed, clothes hung with mathematical precision in the closet. The bathroom was similarly pristine, though Carter noted that the medicine cabinet contained an unusual number of dental products, not surprising given Angela's profession. It was the basement door that gave Officer Carter pause. Unlike every other surface in the house, the door handle bore smudges. And there, almost imperceptible against the white paint, were 3 small rusty brown dots that his trained eye recognized immediately as dried blood. The basement lights worked perfectly when Carter flipped the switch, illuminating a space that at first glance seemed like any other finished basement. A small sitting area with a television, a desk with a computer, a treadmill facing a blank wall, and at the far end a pantry door slightly ajar. The smell hit him first, subtle but unmistakable. A sickly sweet odor that experienced officers recognize but hope never to encounter. Drawing his weapon, Carter approached the pantry door and pushed it fully open with his foot. The pantry was meticulously organized, canned goods arranged by type and size, dry foods in labeled containers, spices alphabetized, but as Carter's eyes adjusted, he noticed something unusual about the edges of the shelves. Dozens of human teeth glued into the corners and seams, molars, canines, all sizes. One shelf had the word chew carved repeatedly into it. Behind a cereal box, he found a glass jar labeled second batch. Inside was a photo of someone with no mouth. Officer Carter immediately backed out of the pantry and called for backup. Within 30 minutes, the quiet home on Sycamore Street had become a crime scene. Detective Sarah Green arrived at 11:45 a.m. With 17 years of experience investigating violent crimes, she had developed a remarkable ability to remain composed at crime scenes. Yet even she paused momentarily upon entering the pantry. It was the methodical nature of it all, she would later explain during a department debriefing. Each tooth was placed with such intention. It wasn't random madness, it was a carefully constructed collection. As crime scene technicians documented the pantry, Detective Green directed her attention to the rest of the basement. Behind the treadmill, they discovered a false wall concealing a small room. Inside, a metal table, dental tools arranged on a tray, a drain in the center of the concrete floor, and a refrigerator. Green approached the refrigerator slowly, pulling on latex gloves before opening the door. Inside, neatly labeled containers. Each bore a date and a set of initials. When opened, they revealed human tissue, primarily lips, cheeks, and in some cases, entire lower mandibles. But there was no sign of Angela Miller. The investigation expanded rapidly. Records from the dental clinic were seized. Dr. Reeves was stunned to learn that several patients who had supposedly transferred to other practices had never arrived at their new dentists. 8 individuals, spanning back 7 years, had effectively vanished after appointments with Angela. She handled the transfers herself, Dr. Reeves explained, clearly shaken. She said she had a knack for helping patients find the right fit elsewhere when they were moving or unhappy with our services. I trusted her completely. The most disturbing discovery came 3 days into the investigation. In Angela's immaculately organized computer files, detectives found a folder labeled Progress. It contained before and after photos of faces with increasingly distorted features, mouths altered, reduced, some seemingly removed entirely and reconstructed with artificial components. She was experimenting, Detective Green concluded grimly, creating what she considered to be perfect mouths, perfect smiles, perfect silence. A nationwide alert was issued for Angela Miller. Her photograph appeared on news broadcasts across the country. Tips flooded in, but none led to her whereabouts. 2 weeks into the investigation, Dr. Reeves received a package at his office. Inside was a dental impression mold, the kind used to make retainers or crowns. Attached was a note written in Angela's precise handwriting. The final patient was always going to be me. I've become my own masterpiece. Forensic analysis of the mold revealed traces of blood. DNA testing confirmed it belonged to Angela Miller, but of Angela herself there was no trace. 6 months passed. The case remained active, but leads grew cold. Then, at a small dental practice in Tucson, Arizona, a new hygienist started work. Patients remarked on her gentle technique, her quiet efficiency, and some noticed her unusual smile, tight-lipped, never showing teeth. The receptionist, Marlene Diaz, found it odd that the new hygienist always ate lunch alone in her car. She was friendly enough, Marlene would later tell investigators, but distant, self-contained. I remember thinking it was strange that for someone who worked with teeth all day, she seemed so reluctant to show her own. On her 3rd week of employment, the hygienist failed to return from lunch. The dentist, concerned about a missed afternoon appointment, checked the employee records and realized something troubling. The background check had never been properly completed. When authorities searched the hygienist's rented room, they found it empty except for a single item left on the bathroom counter, a small glass jar containing what appeared to be synthetic teeth, molded into a perfect smile. The jar was labeled Final Batch. To this day, Angela Miller remains missing. Sometimes, dental patients in small practices across America report an unsettling feeling about certain hygienists, those with quiet voices and hands that never quite seem to tremble, even during the most delicate procedures. And occasionally, someone will claim to have encountered a woman with an unusual smile, one that never quite parts to reveal what lies beneath. The authorities maintain an open file. The teeth from Angela's pantry remain in evidence storage. And Dr. Reeves, who closed his practice shortly after the discoveries, still wakes in the night, haunted by the memory of Angela's meticulous work and the patients whose smiles simply vanished from the world. Some mysteries offer no resolution, some predators are never caught, and sometimes in quiet towns like Millbrook, people still check inside their pantries before going to bed, looking closely at the corners, examining the seams, making sure nothing unusual gleams in the shadows. Crime 9, they were alone, or so they thought. In the reflection, a figure stood in the corner of the hallway, still, dark, unblinking. But when they turned, no one was there. The hallway was empty, but the figure in the mirror had moved closer, and it was smiling. Sarah Winters had always been thorough about checking the locks. Living alone in the Oakwood neighborhood of Springfield, Massachusetts meant taking precautions, especially in a house as old as hers, a Victorian with too many windows and creaking floorboards that spoke in the night. At 32, she had developed routines that made her feel safe, checking each window latch before bed, setting the coffee maker for 6 a.m. and keeping her phone on the nightstand, fully charged. The Winters family had lived in Springfield for generations. Sarah's grandfather had been a respected doctor, her father a high school principal. She worked as a curator at the local history museum, a job that suited her methodical nature and appreciation for things with stories. Her colleagues described her as reserved but warm once you got to know her. She kept a small circle of close friends, most from her college days at UMass, and called her mother every Sunday evening without fail. Friday, October 12th, began like any other autumn day. Sarah left for work at 7:30 a.m., locking her front door and testing the handle twice before walking to her car. Security footage from the museum showed her arriving at 7:52 a.m., greeting the security guard with her usual smile and small talk about the weather turning colder. Throughout the day, she worked on cataloging a new collection of Civil War letters, stopping only for lunch with a colleague in the staff room. Her last email was sent at 5:17 p.m., a reminder about the upcoming fundraising gala. The museum's cameras captured her leaving at 5:45 p.m., walking to her car in the fading daylight. No one saw Sarah Winters alive again. When she didn't show up for brunch on Sunday, her friend Melissa Garner became concerned. Sarah never missed their monthly tradition. 3 calls went straight to voicemail. By Sunday evening, Melissa drove to Sarah's house. Sarah's car was in the driveway. The porch light was on. The Sunday newspaper lay untouched on the welcome mat. "I had this feeling," Melissa would later tell detectives. "Something in my stomach just knew something was wrong. The house felt different, too quiet maybe." Melissa used the spare key Sarah had given her for emergencies. Inside, the house was undisturbed. The coffee pot was set up for Saturday morning, but the coffee had never been poured. Sarah's phone and purse were on the kitchen counter. Her bed was made as if she had risen normally on Saturday but never returned to it. Nothing seemed out of place except for Sarah herself. When police arrived, they found no signs of forced entry, no struggle, no evidence of theft. Sarah's laptop was open on her desk, displaying her screensaver, a slideshow of vacation photos from Maine the previous summer. Detective James Mercer, a 15-year veteran of the Springfield Police Department, noted in his initial report that the house had an unsettling stillness, as if time had simply stopped. The investigation revealed security cameras on neighboring houses, but none had captured anything unusual. Sarah had arrived home Friday evening around 6:15 p.m. Her car hadn't left the driveway since. The last outgoing text from her phone was to Melissa at 9:43 p.m. Friday. Looking forward to brunch Sunday. I have news. What news Sarah had to share would remain unknown. The first concerning detail emerged when forensic technicians processed Sarah's bathroom. The mirror above her sink had been wiped clean, unlike any other surface in the meticulously kept house. No fingerprints, not even Sarah's, and a single word was visible when the mirror fogged, only appearing when steam from hot water touched its surface. Watching. Investigators expanded their search to check Sarah's digital footprint. Her browsing history showed multiple searches in the weeks before her disappearance. Feeling watched at home, security systems for old houses, what to do if someone is in your house. Her final search entered at 11:17 p.m. on Friday night. Why does my reflection look wrong? Sarah's neighbor, Alina Matthijs, an elderly woman who had lived next door for 40 years, provided the next unsettling piece of information. She asked me about a month ago if I'd seen anyone unusual around the house. Said she kept finding things slightly moved, a book turned a different way, her coffee mug on a different shelf. Little things most people wouldn't notice, but Sarah noticed everything. The investigation took an unexpected turn when Detective Mercer interviewed the previous owners of Sarah's house. The Blackwood family had sold the Victorian home 3 years earlier, moving abruptly to Arizona. Mrs. Blackwood hesitated when asked about their reasons for moving. "We loved that house," she finally said, "but it started to feel occupied. My husband thought I was imagining things, but then he started seeing him too." "Seeing who?" Mercer asked. "A man, just glimpses, in reflective surfaces mostly, windows at night, the bathroom mirror, the glass cabinet in the dining room, always watching. We never found evidence of anyone breaking in. The security system never triggered, but he was there." The Blackwoods had never reported these occurrences to police, fearing they wouldn't be believed. When pressed for description, Mrs. Blackwood grew pale. Tall, always wearing dark clothes. The worst part was his eyes. They followed you even when the rest of him wasn't visible. And he smiled, but not in a friendly way. Investigators returned to Sarah's house with this new perspective, examining all reflective surfaces for evidence. In the attic, behind an old dresser, they found a journal belonging to a resident from 1953, describing similar experiences. "I know he isn't real, but I see him watching me. Doctor says it's nerves, but why does he move closer each night?" The break in the case came unexpectedly from Sarah herself. 2 weeks after her disappearance, her account uploaded a video to her rarely used YouTube channel. The timestamp showed it had been scheduled in advance. In the 1-minute clip, Sarah spoke directly to the camera, her voice eerily calm. "If you're seeing this, I'm probably gone. I've been documenting everything." She held up a journal. "It started small, things moved slightly, doors I know I locked standing open. Then I started seeing him in reflections. At first just for a second, then longer. He's getting closer. Last night he was at the foot of my bed in the mirror, but when I turned, no one was there. I've checked every inch of this house. There's no one here, but the mirrors say otherwise. I'm not crazy. There's a loose floorboard in my closet with everything I've found. If I disappear, please look there." Police found the loose floorboard containing a USB drive and a journal detailing Sarah's experiences over the past 3 months. The journal entries grew increasingly disturbed, describing a presence that followed her from room to room, visible only in reflections. The final entry, dated Friday night, simply read, "He's in every reflection now, standing right behind me, but I'm alone in the room. He's reaching out. I can feel cold where his hand should be." The USB drive contained dozens of photos taken by Sarah, ordinary pictures of her rooms, but in several, when enlarged and enhanced, forensic analysts identified a blurry figure in reflective surfaces that shouldn't have been there. The investigation took yet another turn when police discovered a hidden space behind the wall in Sarah's basement, a small room that could only be accessed through a panel disguised as part of the foundation. Inside were personal items dating back decades, a child's hair ribbon from the 1940s, a woman's watch from the 1970s, a college ID from 1995, and photographs, dozens of them, showing previous residents of the house, all taken without their knowledge, all while they slept. Most disturbing was a Polaroid dated just 2 weeks before Sarah's disappearance. It showed Sarah asleep in her bed, taken from inside her room. On the back, written in handwriting that matched none of the house's known occupants, "She sees me now. They always run when they see me." Springfield police expanded their investigation to include all previous occupants of the house. Records showed an unusual pattern. No owner had stayed longer than 4 years since the house was built in 1897. Several occupants had disappeared without explanation, though not all cases had been reported as suspicious at the time. Detective Mercer obtained permission to remove sections of the walls, searching for hidden passages. Behind the bathroom mirror, the one that had been wiped clean, they found a narrow corridor running between walls, with peepholes strategically placed throughout the house. The corridor connected to the hidden room in the basement. Forensic evidence revealed disturbing facts. The hidden spaces had been regularly occupied. Food wrappers, a makeshift bed, and a collection of items stolen from Sarah and previous residents suggested someone had been living inside the walls of the house, possibly for years, watching through the peepholes, emerging when occupants were asleep or away. DNA evidence recovered from the hidden spaces didn't match any profiles in law enforcement databases. Fingerprints found on the back of mirrors and on the collection of stolen items were similarly unidentified. The only concrete lead was security camera footage from a gas station 2 miles from Sarah's house, showing a tall figure in dark clothing walking along the highway at 3:17 a.m. on Saturday morning. The footage was too grainy for facial recognition, but the individual appeared to be carrying a backpack similar to one missing from Sarah's home. 6 months after Sarah's disappearance, her case remains open but inactive. No body has been found, no suspect has been identified. The house on Oakwood Drive stands empty, impossible to sell. Neighbors report seeing lights inside at night, though the electricity has been disconnected. Melissa Garner, who has become an advocate for her missing friend, maintains that Sarah was failed by a system that didn't take her concerns seriously enough. She knew something was wrong. She documented everything, but being watched isn't a crime until something happens. Detective Mercer keeps a copy of Sarah's final journal entry in his desk drawer. Sometimes, late at night in the precinct, he finds himself checking reflective surfaces, wondering what Sarah saw in her final moments in that house, and whether she saw it coming before it was too late. The case of Sarah Winters joins the unsettling collection of American disappearances that defy simple explanation. Cases where the evidence tells a story too disturbing to fully comprehend, where ordinary houses harbor extraordinary secrets, and where the line between observer and observed blurs into something altogether more sinister. In Springfield, they still talk about the Victorian on Oakwood Drive and how its windows seem to watch you as you pass. Some swear they've seen a figure standing in the upstairs window. Others claim to have glimpsed Sarah herself in the glass, but when they look again, the window is empty. Just a reflection playing tricks with the light, or something else entirely. Story 10. The river flowed lazily that morning, its surface smooth as glass, undisturbed by even the gentlest of breezes. The fisherman's eyes scanned the tranquil waters, almost missing the sight of a lone suitcase bobbing near the shore. At first glance he thought it was just a pile of discarded clothes left behind by the careless tide. But as he cautiously approached, a pungent odor assaulted his senses, thick, sickly sweet, impossible to ignore. The suitcase was tightly bound in chains, its corners stained with the telltale signs of rust. When the authorities pried it open, they were met not with clothes, but with a grim discovery. Within the confines of the case lay a tangle of hair, fingers frozen in a haunting grip, and at the very bottom, a chilling note whispered, "This isn't the first." Detective Sarah Mercer stood at the scene, a handkerchief pressed delicately to her nose as she took in the macabre tableau before her. The victim, a woman in her mid-30s, with dark locks and now pallid skin marred by the water's touch, was being carefully examined by the medical examiner. Every detail meticulously recorded before the body was tenderly removed from its watery grave. But what struck Mercer most was not the brutal method of disposal, but the eerie reverence with which the victim had been prepared, her nails impeccably manicured, her hair recently styled, clad in luxurious attire. "She wasn't just discarded here," Mercer murmured, her gaze following the rhythmic lapping of the water against the muddy shore. "She was arranged, adorned." The victim was soon identified as Catherine Walsh, a successful real estate agent renowned for her dealings in high-end properties. Divorced, childless, she resided alone in an affluent neighborhood, a solitary figure in the realm of opulence. Her colleagues spoke of her as driven, meticulous, and fiercely private. It was her assistant who raised the alarm when Catherine failed to show up for a crucial appointment with wealthy clients, a sale that promised to be her most lucrative yet. She would never have missed that meeting, the assistant insisted, her voice tinged with worry. That deal meant everything to her. As investigators delved into Catherine's pristine, minimalist abode, they found everything in a state of unblemished perfection. Designer furnishings meticulously arranged, surfaces gleaming with a sterile sheen. Not a speck of dust dared to mar the immaculate facade. Even the fridge held neatly arranged meals, each labeled by the day. But it was in her home office that a crack appeared in the facade, a drawer slightly ajar, revealing a leather-bound journal. The final entry within sent shivers down Mercer's spine. He's watching again. Same car, different plates. A digital exploration of Catherine's online existence unveiled a peculiar pattern, numerous messages from unknown senders, all bearing the same ominous phrase, "I see your perfection." Each missive dispatched at precisely the same hour on different days. Her browsing history revealed a fixation on home security systems and self-defense tools, a silent testament to her growing unease. Mercer pieced together these fragments of a shattered life, the carefully staged tableau of the victim, the cryptic messages, the meticulous surveillance. "Our perpetrator is methodical," she confided to her partner. "This was not a crime of passion. This was a meticulously orchestrated ritual." The breakthrough arrived from an unexpected source, a local pawnshop owner who recognized Catherine's distinctive emerald necklace among the pawned items. The culprit was revealed to be a regular customer, Michael Linden, an unassuming maintenance worker with a penchant for blending into the background. Surveillance footage captured his repeated ingress into Catherine's building, sometimes with his maintenance cart, other times without, always during her absences on property showings. A search of Linden's modest dwelling uncovered a chilling tableau, a multitude of photographs featuring Catherine and other women, all sharing a striking resemblance, all captured in candid moments of vulnerability. Some of the images bore a stark red X across their faces. Catherine was but one of the victims. Concealed behind a false panel in his closet lay a shrine, a morbid collection of personal effects belonging to each victim. Strands of hair captured in a brush, tissues stained with lipstick, keys, receipts. Each item meticulously catalogued alongside a small notebook chronicling their daily routines, quirks, preferences. The interrogation room was a frigid cocoon as Lyndon was brought in for questioning. His demeanor remained eerily composed, his appearance unassuming. But when confronted with the damning evidence, a chilling admission slipped from his lips, devoid of emotion. They were flawed, he confessed, his voice devoid of inflection. They presented themselves as flawless, but I saw through the facade. Catherine left her desk in disarray. Her lipstick application was imperfect. Her perfection was a lie. The search for the victims mentioned in Lyndon's cryptic note led investigators to remote locations where 2 more suitcases were unearthed. Each contained a woman bearing an uncanny resemblance to Catherine, each a real estate agent boasting of their meticulous attention to detail. During the trial, Lyndon sat stoically in the dock, his features a mask of indifference as the prosecution laid bare his meticulous methods. For months he had shadowed his victims, infiltrating their lives, learning their routines, their habits. And when the time came, he had sought to correct what he perceived as their imperfections, washing their hair, applying makeup with precision, dressing them in their finest attire before extinguishing their lives. The families of the victims looked on in silent anguish as the judge pronounced a sentence of life without parole for Lyndon. For Detective Mercer, the case was officially closed, but the enigma remained. What inner demons had driven Lyndon to fixate on these particular women? What fractured mirror of self-perception had he sought to repair through these heinous acts? The river continued its unhurried journey downstream, its waters gradually erasing all traces of the grim tableau. But in the precinct on Mercer's desk rested copies of those haunting notebooks, a stark reminder that in the facade of ordinary lives, darkness can lurk, hidden in plain sight. And perhaps the most insidious predators are those who walk among us, their eyes keen, their patience unwavering, waiting for the first crack in the flawless facade to reveal itself. Story 11, the costume shop was in its final days, liquidating its ancient wares. Among the fading relics, a woman's eyes settled on a mask resting on a forgotten shelf. Delicate features adorned its surface, eerily lifelike in their unsettling beauty. Placing it before the hesitant cashier, a shiver passed through her as he muttered, "That's not ours." Perplexed, she sought a tag, but none met her gaze. With a nonchalant shrug, she carried it home. As the night draped its dark veil, a soft rustle roused her from slumber. A whisper of fabric shifting through the quiet. The mask, once left upon her dresser, now perched upon the nightstand, its gaze fixed upon her. The woman known as Catherine Reed was discovered by a concerned neighbor. The morning light spilled into her dim abode, the ajar door beckoning entrance. Expecting a simple book return, the neighbor stumbled upon a scene that would linger in the minds of investigators for years to come. Catherine lay still upon her bedroom floor, the mask vanished without a trace. Detective Morgan arrived as forensics meticulously catalogued the scene. The rhythmic clicks of shutters echoed amidst hushed murmurs. "No forced entry," noted an officer, pen dancing upon his notepad. The detective's keen eyes roamed, capturing details unseen by most. A lone drawer ajar, a lipstick-stained water glass perched on the nightstand. All seemed ordinary, save for the woman who would never awaken again. The medical examiner, his expression somber, puzzled over the body. Cause of death eludes initial inspection. "No visible wounds, no signs of struggle," he remarked, gesturing to her frozen expression of terror. The detective knelt closer, whispering. Something frightened her to her demise. Catherine, an art appraiser by trade, was known for her meticulous nature and dedication to authenticity. Colleagues recalled her uncanny ability to detect forgeries with ease. She could spot a fake a mile away, her boss testified. The detective pondered if this gift had led to her tragic end. Security footage from the costume shop unveiled a peculiar occurrence. The cashier's confusion over the mask was evident as he consulted the owner, who adamantly denied its origin. Visiting the now barren shop, the detective probed the owner, who nervously confessed, "That mask surfaced during our clearance sale. Its origins remain a mystery, not part of our inventory." Pressed further, he disclosed, such anomalies followed acquisitions from the estate sale of a collector whose demise was shrouded in mystery. A breakthrough emerged as forensics uncovered microscopic fibers embedded in Catherine's fingertips. She clutched onto something, the lab technician elucidated. These fibers, unique in composition, comprise human hair and an unidentified organic material absent from any database. The investigation unveiled a trail of similar deaths stretching back decades. Each victim in possession of a peculiar mask met their end in terror, their cases unsolved. A retired detective, veteran of a similar case, divulged a chilling revelation. Across a dimly lit room, he slid a weathered file forth. "We found inscriptions within each mask, hidden behind the lining," he disclosed. "Ancient symbols hinting at a ritual of soul transference." Unexpectedly, a journal emerged from Catherine's apartment, secreted behind a loose baseboard. Her final words recounted a looming presence, a sentient force within her abode. Researching the mask's origins post-cashier's reaction, she linked it to a series of enigmatic demises. "The mask stirs," her frantic script detailed. "It watches my slumber, harboring markings akin to unsolved cases. The collector perished likewise. Each mask craves a soul ere it moves on, seeking a new host once recognized." The detective pieced together the puzzle, fibers, research, and a macabre pattern of deaths. The medical examiner unveiled the cause: cardiac arrest induced by sheer terror. What could evoke such dread to still a heart? Surveillance from a vigilant neighbor captured a figure exiting Catherine's abode, donning a mask resembling her visage. Yet its movements, a mimicry of her own, felt mechanical and uncanny. A search for the elusive mask ensued, but it remained elusive until whispers surfaced of a curious mask in a distant vintage shop, swiftly sold without record. The case lingers unsolved, the detective safeguarding Catherine's journal, a testament to an unimaginable reality. Sometimes in the dead of night she startles awake, sensing an unseen gaze. She secures her abode, wrestling with the chilling notion that the mask, a vessel seeking anew, may yet find another bearer. In the darkness it waits to be unearthed, fixating its hollow gaze on the next unwitting soul, hungry for the essence veiled behind their eyes. Story 12. The deserted house had stood silent for years, its history shrouded in whispers of a young woman who vanished without a trace. When the new occupants ventured inside, they were met with a peculiar sight: the bedroom door stubbornly locked, as if guarding secrets long forgotten. With a creak and a push, they breached the barrier, unveiling a realm untouched by time. The air hung heavy, pregnant with the remnants of neglect and a story waiting to be told. Amidst the stillness, they beheld an enigma: a bed neatly made, a mirror devoid of blemish. A lone candle, now a mere puddle of wax, stood as a silent sentinel on the desk, and there, laid bare upon the aged pages of a notebook, was a tale etched in ink fresh as the day it flowed from the writer's hand. Detective Morgan delved into the narrative as forensic experts combed the room for clues, unearthing a narrative woven by Elise Winters, a woman frozen in time at 26. Her script, once methodical and precise, bore a weight of urgency in its final confession. I know he's watching me tonight, the words whispered from the page. The shadows linger, the car passes, my pleas unanswered. If fate claims me, remember it was no chance encounter. The detective closed the book, sealing Elise's voice within an evidence bag, mingling with the scent of dust and a hint of something more ominous, a trace of chemical intrigue that lingered in the air. The landlord, a spectral figure in the doorway, recounted assurances of thorough inspections before the house was offered anew. Yet the mystery that gripped the room defied explanation. Elise, once a paralegal ensnared in the machinations of a prestigious law firm, had unearthed truths that threatened to unravel the facade of justice. Her colleagues spoke of a transformation, a descent into solitude, fueled by revelations that danced on the edge of shadows. The detective pondered the images of Elise, a portrait of poise and purpose, now lost to a realm where logic faltered. The room bore no scars of struggle, no crimson trails of violence. It held a fragile equilibrium, a tableau frozen in anticipation of a return that never came. Beneath the gaze of the unspeaking walls, the investigation blossomed. Hidden compartments were revealed, secrets unearthed. A small, cryptic case yielded keys to locked truths, leading to a trove of damning revelations tucked away in a bank vault. Financial deceit intertwined with pharmaceutical malpractice, a tapestry of corruption woven in shadows cast by the powerful. As the layers of deception peeled away, a chilling nexus emerged, a nexus that drew the eye of justice towards a figure cloaked in privilege and malice. Vincent Harriman, a man of influence, stood at the heart of the storm, his hands stained with the blood of truths silenced. The tapestry unraveled further, exposing a web of lies spun by a man desperate to shield his crimes from the light of truth. The room, once a sanctuary, now bore witness to the clash of wills, the tenacity of a woman seeking justice, and the darkness that sought to snuff out her truth. In the halls of justice, the final act unfolded, a trial where shadows danced with the echoes of a life cut short. Harriman's protestations crumbled under the weight of evidence, his facade crumbling to reveal the monster within. The echoes of Elise's voice, captured in clandestine recordings, echoed through the courtroom, a testament to a life sacrificed in pursuit of righteousness. The verdict rang out, a condemnation of a man who thought himself untouchable, a reckoning for sins long festering in the shadows. Though Elise's body remained a phantom, her spirit found solace in the truth laid bare before the world. The house, a silent witness to the drama that unfolded within its walls, stood once more in solitude, a monument to a tale of justice served. Locals whispered of a spectral glow in the upper window, a beacon of remembrance for a soul unbound by earthly chains. And so the house stood, a sentinel in the night, its secrets laid bare for those willing to listen, a testament to the power of one woman's courage, etched in the annals of time as a legacy of truth and justice. Story 13, The Whispering House. She desired to freshen up the nursery before the little one's arrival. The walls wore a faded blue, a color that whispered tales of times long gone. As she applied the initial coat of white paint, a hidden secret emerged, letters, faint at first, then sharpening into focus. A message etched beneath the surface. Don't let it hear you, her breath hitched. Stepping back, she noticed something peculiar, tiny handprints in the wet paint, positioned too high for any child to reach. This discovery within the nursery of the Morgan residence marked the start of what would later be dubbed the Whispering House case. The young couple had purchased the Victorian-style home at a remarkably low price, unaware of its dark past. Detective Sarah Klein arrived at the doorstep, notepad in hand. A woman, her pregnant belly evident under paint-speckled overalls, answered the door. Dark circles shadowed her eyes, signs of sleepless nights. The detective observed the woman's trembling hands as she recounted finding the message and handprints. The previous owners vanished suddenly, the woman explained. Neighbors mentioned they left in the dead of night without even a moving truck, just essentials packed into their car. Walking through the historic home, Detective Klein's footsteps echoed on aged floorboards. In the nursery, she examined the half-painted wall, the message still visible where the painting had been abruptly halted. Beside it, 5 small handprints lingered in the fresh paint, placed at the height of an adult's shoulders. Back at the precinct, Detective Klein delved into property records. The house had changed hands numerous times in 30 years, an unusually high turnover rate. Even more unsettling were the child welfare reports linked to 3 of the previous families. Children spoke of whispers from the walls and feeling watched as they slept. Further investigation unveiled that the house had once belonged to Eleanor Blackwood, a wealthy widow who ran a small orphanage from the property. Newspaper clippings hinted at the mysterious disappearance of 5 children under her care. Authorities believed they had run away, a common occurrence for orphans at the time. Interviewing former residents, Detective Klein pieced together a chilling pattern. Families with children reported strange happenings, toys moving on their own, laughter echoing in empty corridors, and drawings appearing out of nowhere. Most disregarded these events as mere imagination until the cryptic writings surfaced during a repaint. A forensic linguist confirmed that the handwriting matched samples from Eleanor Blackwood's journals. Even more unsettling were the identical handprints found across different decades, left by various children who had resided in the house. The investigation took a dark turn when the detective persuaded the current owners to allow ground-penetrating radar in the basement. Anomalies in the readings hinted at 5 child-sized shapes beneath the concrete floor. Breaking through, they uncovered a grim revelation: 5 small sets of remains arranged in a circle. Forensic analysis indicated the children had perished during Eleanor's time at the house, each wearing a pendant engraved with their name. Luminol revealed hundreds of handprints throughout the nursery, invisible to the naked eye, glowing in the darkness. Eleanor's journals, retrieved from county archives, exposed her twisted beliefs. She saw orphaned children as a source of spiritual energy, sealing them away to prolong her life. The case concluded with the proper burial of the victims, finally recognized not as runaways but as casualties of murder. The house stood deserted thereafter, the pregnant couple refusing to set foot inside even to gather their belongings. Detective Klein submitted her final report, enclosing images of the illuminated handprints and the hidden message under the paint. Although justice was served for the victims, an unexplainable presence lingered in the house, something that transcended layers of paint and time. The nursery walls were torn down during cleanup, yet workers reported hearing children's whispers emanating from the rubble. None dared to return after their shifts ended. The house was ultimately condemned, a cold case file left to gather dust, a testament to physical closure but unanswered spiritual queries. Detective Klein kept one photograph from the investigation, a haunting image of 5 luminous handprints in the dark, a stark reminder that some crimes leave indelible marks that no fresh coat of paint can conceal. Story 14: The Enigmatic Call. A random pocket dial filled with static and distant echoes caught the attention of the operator. Just as they were about to dismiss it as nothing more than background noise, a voice suddenly broke through the chaos. A woman's voice, trembling with urgency, whispered, "He's here." And then an eerie silence descended, swallowing the words whole. The phone number traced back to an old, forgotten house, standing empty and abandoned for years. No traces of forced entry, no signs of disturbance. Yet in the dimly lit kitchen, coated in a layer of undisturbed dust, sat the phone, its screen softly glowing. The call had been placed mere minutes ago, a chilling fact that sent shivers down Detective Morgan Reed's spine. Pressing the playback button repeatedly, the haunting whisper of the mysterious caller echoed in Morgan's mind. The voice, filled with desperation and fear, seemed both familiar and impossible to place. The abandoned property had once belonged to the Sullivan family, until a tragic fire forced them to relocate, leaving the house to decay in solitude. The caretaker attested that no one had set foot inside in years, yet here was a phone call from beyond the grave. "Background check on the number," Morgan inquired, turning to her partner, Detective Walsh. The revelation that the number belonged to Catherine Sullivan, the deceased daughter of the former owners, only deepened the mystery. Examining the evidence bag containing the phone, Morgan found herself entangled in a web of inexplicable circumstances. A phone, once owned by a woman long gone, making calls from a house frozen in time. The very spot where the phone rested seemed like a portal to another realm, untouched by the passage of time. The forensic team's efforts yielded little insight. No fingerprints, no footprints, no tangible clues to unravel the enigma. The only tangible evidence was the recording of those 11-second static, faint breathing, and 5 haunting words that defied logic. Voice analysis confirmed the voice matched Catherine Sullivan's with an unsettling 98% certainty. The timestamp revealed that the call had occurred at the exact moment of Catherine's tragic demise, as if time had folded in on itself to expose a hidden truth. Interviews with Catherine's loved ones uncovered layers of grief and suspicion. Her father, now remarried, appeared genuinely perplexed. Her mother, living in solitude, recognized the voice instantly, her heart breaking at the sound of her daughter's fear. Mark Jennings, Catherine's boyfriend at the time of her passing, found himself under scrutiny once more. Despite his alibi in the empty house, the pieces of the puzzle refused to align. The call shouldn't have happened, yet it did, casting a shadow of doubt over every detail of the investigation. A breakthrough came in the form of a discovery from Catherine's mother, a journal detailing a relationship tainted by control and fear. The final entry, a chilling premonition of danger, shed light on the dark secrets hidden within the past. Confronted with the damning evidence, Mark's facade crumbled, revealing a dark truth buried beneath layers of deceit. The buried phone, unearthed near the crash site, held deleted messages that painted a sinister picture of betrayal and manipulation. As the investigation delved deeper, the truth emerged from the shadows. Mark's twisted game of deception, his elaborate ruse to evade justice, unraveled before the relentless pursuit of truth. The final act played out with a chilling certainty. Mark's delusions shattered, his crimes laid bare for the world to see. The voice he sought to silence echoed through the halls of justice, guiding the way to closure and redemption. And so, as the phone from the abandoned house sits silent in the evidence locker, a phantom reminder of a life lost too soon, the echoes of Catherine's voice linger in the air, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. In the stillness of the night, officers swear they hear it ring, a ghostly reminder that even in death, the truth will find its voice. Story 15. The new homeowners believed the peculiar crackling of the old intercom system late at night to be nothing more than a quirk, a relic of the past, forgotten but still present. Yet one fateful night, curiosity got the best of the husband. With a hesitant press of the button, a whisper emerged from the crackling speaker, asking, "Why did you come back?" Startled, the husband recoiled, his hands trembling. His wife, peering over his shoulder, softly uttered, "I never said that." The Victorian manor stood amidst ancient oak trees, its worn facade concealing a modern interior refurbished by the new owners, Daniel and Meredith Parker. They had acquired the property at an unexpectedly low price, with the real estate agent displaying unease during the walkthrough. The intercom, a vintage feature linking all rooms, had drawn the history-loving couple to the house. Detective Sarah Reeves arrived at the manor, the gravel crunching under her unmarked vehicle's tires. The call had indicated a potential break-in, but a hint of something more lingered in the dispatcher's voice. Daniel Parker, his complexion pallid under the faint porch light, met Detective Reeves at the entrance. "It all began with the intercom," he recounted, leading her through the grand foyer. First, just static, then whispers, and eventually coherent sentences. "My wife thought I was imagining it until she heard it too." In the living room, Meredith sat stiffly on an antique sofa, gripping a steaming mug that remained untouched. "We uncovered something behind the wall," she divulged abruptly. Daniel wanted to expand the pantry, and when he tore down the drywall, her voice trailed off. Concealed behind the wall, wrapped in decaying plastic, lay a small leather-bound journal. Detective Reeves, donning gloves, delicately turned the brittle pages. The elegant yet frantic handwriting belonged to Alina, the presumed previous owner, expressing her fear of Vincent, her husband, planning her harm. "The last entry dates back 30 years, Daniel elaborated. After that, silence. The previous owners mentioned purchasing the house from an elderly man who relocated to a retirement community. The investigation confirmed that Vincent and Alina Blackwood were indeed the former owners. Records indicated Vincent sold the house shortly after Alina's disappearance, without any legal proceedings or financial activities in her name thereafter. Detective Reeves mobilized a team for a thorough property search. Ground-penetrating radar detected anomalies beneath the garden shed's concrete foundation. As the investigators breached the aged concrete, human remains were unveiled. Forensic analysis identified the skeleton as a woman in her 40s, bearing signs of head trauma. A gold wedding band with the inscription "To Alina, my eternal love," was found among the remains. The case against Vincent Blackwood swiftly developed. Now elderly and residing in a care facility, he acknowledged the charges with a chilling calm. "She wouldn't cease talking," Vincent stated, his voice unsettlingly composed. "Constant chatter through that accursed intercom, monitoring me, interrogating me. I disconnected it, but she rewired it herself, claiming she always wanted to reach me wherever I was in the house." His vacant gaze lifted. "I simply craved silence." In his confession, Vincent exposed his meticulous fabrication of Alina's departure, even sending forged postcards from various locations to neighbors. He had dwelled in the house for years following her demise, treading daily over the spot where he had hidden her body. The trial concluded swiftly, with Vincent pleading guilty to murder. The judge highlighted the premeditated nature of the crime and the decades-long deceit. Daniel and Meredith sold the house, unable to endure its grim past. Before departing, they held a memorial for Alina in the now-restored garden. The subsequent owners removed the intercom during renovations. Workers reported hearing static and whispers during its removal, attributing it to power tool interference. Detective Reeves revisited the Blackwood case file before its archival. Closing the folder, she pondered how the house had transcended time to unveil its secret. Justice had finally caught up with Vincent Blackwood, thanks to Alina's voice piercing the veil of silence. Referred to by local enforcement as the house that answered back, the case lingered as a reminder of a dark history. On her way home, Detective Reeves occasionally passed the property, slowing down with her window cracked open, attuned to whispers carried by the wind. Story 16. She entered the front door, stirred the dust in the stagnant air. The house, abandoned for years, wore its decay like a shroud, peeling walls, furniture cloaked in sheets. Each step felt like a plunge into a suspended moment in time, frozen in its solitude. Yet amidst the stillness, a peculiar anomaly whispered its mystery. The doors. No matter the path she chose, each door beckoned her back to the parlor, a haunting loop of return. Every handle turned led to the same room, trapping her in a labyrinth of familiarity. The only escape lay in retracing her steps, yet when she spun around, the front door had vanished into thin air. The revelation of Morgan Pierce's lifeless form shifted the abandoned Victorian from a relic of curiosity to a scene of intrigue and dread. Detective Sarah Lind lingered at the threshold, observing forensic experts drift through the shadows like apparitions. Once a place whispered about among locals for its peculiarities, where compasses lost their way, and whispers of unseen eyes lingered, it now harbored secrets far graver than mere folklore. The initial assessment suggests she passed about 3 days ago, murmured the medical examiner, his words barely a breath in the heavy silence. The cause appears to be asphyxiation. Morgan had been discovered seated in an antique chair in the parlor, her posture serene, hands clasped in repose as though awaiting a visitor. No signs of a struggle, no marks of defense. The scene exuded a chilling tranquility that unnerved even seasoned investigators. Lind inquired who discovered the body. A real estate agent showing the property to potential buyers, her partner responded. They stumbled upon her sitting there, mistaking her for a trespasser until they drew near. The house had stood vacant since the passing of its previous owner, Eleanor Blackwood, nearly 5 years prior. Legal battles had left the property in a state of neglect, an unwanted relic, forsaken and fading from memory save for thrill-seekers and vandals. Morgan Pierce, a 26-year-old graduate student delving into architectural anomalies for her thesis, had a meticulous nature and an insatiable curiosity for spaces that defied convention. The allure of the deserted Victorian, renowned for bewitching its visitors, would have been irresistible to her. Her roommate reported her missing 2 days ago, Lind noted. Morgan spoke of visiting the house where people become lost for her research. Investigations unveiled Morgan's frequent visits to the house in the weeks leading to her demise. Entries in her journal recounted peculiar acoustic phenomena, inexplicable cold patches, and doors that led to ever-changing chambers upon opening. In her final notation, she detailed plans to document what she termed spatial incongruities. Yet the specialized equipment she mentioned remained conspicuously absent. Autopsy findings disclosed an unexpected element, traces of a rare alkaloid in Morgan's system, derived from a plant linked to certain shamanic practices. While the substance could induce disorientation and vivid illusions, the detected amounts were insufficient to be lethal. She was not one for recreational substances, affirmed her boyfriend in questioning. Morgan adhered strictly to her research protocols. She would not have jeopardized her perceptions deliberately. Deleted messages retrieved from Morgan's phone unveiled conversations with a kindred spirit enthralled by the house's mysteries, a confidant who claimed to comprehend its enigmas. Their exchanges shifted from professional to personal, laced with intimacy and enigma. The house retains its memories, one message alluded. It desires someone to discern its truths. The trail led investigators to Adam Reeves, an architectural historian who shared a correspondence with Morgan. His expertise in rare spatial anomalies had captivated her, and their professional bond had deepened into a personal connection. Reeves, when questioned, bore the weight of genuine sorrow for her passing. "The house carries a legend," he elucidated. The original architect wove optical illusions and false perspectives into its design, intending to bewilder and disorient. Morgan believed there existed a deeper layer to it beyond mere tricks of construction. However, Reeves possessed a solid alibi for the presumed hour of Morgan's demise. Surveillance footage depicted him delivering a lecture at a distant university symposium during that time frame. A breakthrough surfaced from an unexpected source, Eleanor Blackwood's grandson residing overseas. Contacted by investigators, he unearthed a family secret veiled for generations. "My grandmother was not the sole Blackwood to meet her end in that house," he disclosed. "Others fell victim to the claiming. Always discovered in the parlor, eternally serene. The family termed it thus to veil the truth." He furnished journals spanning decades, chronicling deaths initially attributed to natural causes like heart failure or stroke. The pattern was unmistakable. Individuals ensnared by the house eventually succumbed to what the family euphemistically labeled the influence. A secondary sweep of the premises unearthed a concealed compartment behind the parlor hearth. Within lay Morgan's missing equipment and a cache of artifacts from diverse indigenous cultures, arranged in a precise geometric configuration. Nestled at the center rested a weathered figurine, its features smoothed by generations of touch. Analysis identified the effigy as embodying a deity linked to liminal realms, thresholds between realities. Residues on the relics matched the alkaloid present in Morgan's system. The narrative took a twist when dust patterns within the house hinted at a secondary presence during Morgan's passing. Partial fingerprints, distinct from Morgan's or any known visitors, were salvaged from doorknobs throughout the residence. 3 weeks into the inquiry, Adam Reeves was discovered lifeless in his dwelling. Like Morgan, he sat facing the entryway, countenance serene, with traces of the same alkaloid in his system. Clutched in his grasp was a key alien to his abode's locks, yet fitting seamlessly into the concealed recess within the Victorian. In his parting email, archived to himself as if to etch a legacy, Reeves inscribed, "The house does not ensnare you physically, it ensnares your perception." Morgan was correct. The doors lead where they always have, yet something persuades you that you traverse in circles. Once the veracity dawns on you, departure is viable at any moment, yet by then, departure loses its allure. The case endures as an open enigma, catalogued under suspicious fatalities under scrutiny. The Victorian now stands condemned, its access barred by authorities. Nonetheless, whispers persist of flickering lights glimpsed within its confines on certain nights, and of visitors who venture inside but never emerge. Some locals posit that the house claims those who delve too deeply into its mysteries. Others contend that Morgan and Reeves unearthed a force ancient and potent, existing within the interstices of conventional reality. The truth lingers elusive as an exit in a manner where every portal leads back to the start. Story 17. In the ancient apartment, peculiarities abounded: pipes that moaned, floorboards that whispered with each step. But the new tenant sensed a difference in the sounds she heard. The footsteps above were too purposeful, too measured. She resided on the top floor, yet the deliberate pacing echoed from a hidden realm. One fateful night, she mustered the courage to tap the ceiling with a broomstick. The sound ceased. Silence enveloped the room. Then a solitary rap reverberated from within the ceiling itself. Sarah Coleman chose to keep the bizarre incident to herself, attributing it to the settling of the building, or perhaps a small creature exploring the attic space. Despite her silence, the nightly footsteps persisted. Sarah adapted, drowning out the methodical footfalls by cranking up her television volume, drifting off to sleep with headphones, anything to mask the haunting echoes that traversed her ceiling in the darkness. Detective Morris's attention was piqued when a maintenance worker stumbled upon a concealed crawlspace during routine repairs. While fixing a water leak outside Sarah's unit, the worker removed a section of drywall and stumbled upon a clandestine passage not accounted for in the building plans. A beam of light illuminated a makeshift living space beyond littered with food wrappers, water bottles, a tattered blanket, and a weathered notebook. The building superintendent promptly contacted the authorities. Detective Morris, accompanied by his partner Detective Rivera, encountered the shaken maintenance worker who uttered, "Someone's been dwelling within the walls," his voice trembling with unease. The notebook contained meticulous observations of Sarah Coleman, her daily routine, her visitors, her meals, her television habits, even her moments of rest. The writing, initially neat, devolved into chaotic scribbles towards the end, interspersed with cryptic symbols. "The subject resists my influence," the final entry read. "She has defied me, none defy me." Forensics teams meticulously combed the crawlspace, unearthing fingerprints that matched no known records. A labyrinth of interconnected passages concealed within the building's walls and ceilings, some dating back decades, was revealed. These passages led to 5 different apartments, culminating in observation points disguised as innocuous fixtures or minor blemishes, only one of which belonged to Sarah Coleman. Current residents professed ignorance of anything amiss, attributing any noises to typical apartment living. Former occupants, however, painted a different picture. 3 prior tenants of Sarah's unit recounted feeling an eerie presence or hearing inexplicable noises. One had vacated after a mere fortnight. Fearful of seeming paranoid, none had reported their encounters. The case took a chilling turn when forensics detected minuscule blood spatter in one of the crawl spaces. DNA analysis linked it to Martin Weaver, a former resident who had vanished without a trace 4 years earlier. His disappearance had stumped investigators until now. Martin had resided directly beneath Sarah's apartment. Detective Morris revisited Martin's case, learning that he had complained about noises emanating from above. Confronting the tenant upstairs, a reclusive man named Edward preceded Martin's disappearance. Edward had swiftly departed the following month, leaving no forwarding details. A pattern emerged as investigators delved into Edward's past. He had inhabited 6 different top-floor apartments over 2 decades, maintaining a solitary existence in each. A visit to remote rural land owned by Edward uncovered a cabin adorned with photographs and notes. Images of residents from various apartment buildings, including Sarah and Martin, adorned the walls. Detailed schematics of ventilation systems and structural vulnerabilities filled journals labeled specimen observations and habitat maintenance. A corkboard displayed newspaper clippings, missing persons reports, 6 in total, corresponding to former residents from Edward's past abodes. Beneath the board, deep grooves marred the floor, hinting at a grim ritual. Cadaver dogs led investigators to freshly disturbed earth behind the cabin, unearthing multiple graves. As forensic experts endeavored to identify the victims, Detective Morris revisited Sarah's building. Though the crawl spaces had been sealed, residents reported sporadic disturbances. During the installation of new security measures, a notebook similar to the first was found a single line on the initial page. "My old dwelling was discovered, not my new abode." The final page depicted a crude sketch of Sarah's apartment layout with a newly marked passage in red, scheduled for that very night. Racing to evacuate Sarah, officers found her dwelling deserted. Her phone rested on the kitchen counter, the television playing in the background, the shower running. In the bathroom, a message materialized on the fogged mirror, traced by a finger. Look up. The ceiling panel above the shower had been removed. Edward, alias Edward Mercer, remained at large. Thermal scans of Sarah's building revealed no current occupancy within the walls. Sarah Coleman's whereabouts remained unknown, her case intertwined with disappearances spanning multiple states. Authorities cautioned apartment managers about concealed spaces and unauthorized modifications. For Detective Morris, the haunting image was not the graves or the journals, but the echoes of Sarah's solitary nights, listening to footsteps in an apartment without an upstairs neighbor. Footsteps that ceased when she knocked, only to echo back. At times, alone in the stillness of his home, Detective Morris found himself gazing upwards, listening intently, waiting, and pondering who else might be listening alongside him. Story 18, the old library faced its imminent demise as the workers toiled away, nearly completing the task of tearing it down. But fate had other plans when one of them stumbled upon a hidden latch cunningly concealed within a dusty bookshelf. With a gentle click, the bookshelf swung open, unveiling a secret passage that led to a chamber shrouded in mystery. The air inside hung heavy, untouched by human hands for decades, creating an eerie atmosphere that whispered of forgotten secrets. Within the hidden room, devoid of furniture save for a solitary chair bolted to the floor, a chilling message etched repeatedly on the wall sent shivers down the spines of those who dared to venture into its depths. I am still here. The construction foreman wasted no time and radioed for the police, sensing that what had begun as a routine demolition was now veering into the realm of the inexplicable. Detective Morgan Walsh, a seasoned investigator with 2 decades of experience, was no stranger to the bizarre, but nothing in his past prepared him for the scene that unfolded before his eyes. Standing at the threshold, his flashlight casting dancing shadows, he commanded the officers to secure the area, his voice resonating in the claustrophobic space. "Preserve everything until forensics arrives," Walsh ordered, his tone grave with the weight of the unknown. As the forensic team meticulously combed through the hidden room, they unearthed hair and fibers embedded in the chair, along with traces of blood and skin cells amidst the haunting scratches on the wall. Initial analysis hinted at a young female presence, suggesting a harrowing struggle against captivity within those suffocating walls. The library's history added a layer of intrigue to the unfolding mystery. Once owned by the influential Harrington family, the building had been donated to the public following the unexplained disappearance of their daughter, Rebecca. Vanishing without a trace during her final year of college, Rebecca's fate had long puzzled the community. Despite extensive searches and fruitless interviews, the truth remained elusive, overshadowed by the family's persistent belief in a darker narrative. Walsh delved into the family's past, his intuition pricked by the timing of the library's donation post-Rebecca's vanishing. A closer examination uncovered a troubling connection. The contractor who installed the secretive bookshelf had exclusive ties to Maxwell Harrington, Rebecca's uncle and the patriarch of the family. Financial records hinted at clandestine dealings, with exorbitant payments far exceeding standard renovation costs. Former library staff shared fragments of memories, with one elderly librarian recalling Maxwell's peculiar fixation on the untouched section of the building, where the hidden room lay concealed. Maxwell's insistence on preserving that area during renovations raised suspicions that now crystallized into a chilling reality. The breakthrough came when forensic tests linked the DNA from the hidden room to Rebecca, confirming her imprisonment behind the enigmatic bookshelf. The narrative unfolded with grim certainty, Rebecca had not fled, but had been ensnared within her own family's web of deceit and betrayal. With a warrant in hand, detectives stormed the Harrington estate, unearthing a damning journal hidden in Maxwell's study. The journal chronicled a disturbing obsession culminating in a chilling ultimatum: the room will hold her until she understands. Maxwell's stoic fa-de crumbled in the face of irrefutable evidence, his confession unearthing a tale of greed and murder woven in shadows. Rebecca's remains, clad in the silver bracelet that bore witness to her 20th birthday, were discovered beneath the floor of the hidden room, bringing closure to a long-standing tragedy. The Harrington family, faces etched with grief, witnessed Maxwell's reckoning, a somber moment of justice served at last. The library, once slated for destruction, now stood as a monument to a life cut short and a truth unearthed from the shadows. Flowers adorned its entrance, a solemn tribute to a soul that had whispered from beyond the grave, ensuring that justice, though delayed, had found its rightful place in the light. Rebecca's poignant message, "I am still here," echoed through the halls, a haunting reminder that some secrets can never be buried forever. Story 19. She never fancied venturing up there, but when the tempest caused a leak in the roof, she had no alternative. The attic was a realm of forgotten treasures, cloaked in dust and cobwebs. Nestled in the distant corner rested an ancient dollhouse, intricately detailed, its minuscule furniture arranged with precision. Yet as she gazed inside, a knot twisted in her stomach. The figures within were not dolls. They were minuscule, painstakingly hand-carved replicas of her family. Each figure meticulously placed exactly where they had been situated downstairs, except for one. The figure meant to embody her was standing beside the attic door. Rebecca Morgan traced her finger along the dollhouse roof, sensing the groove where the small wooden figure stood. The revelation sent a shiver through her being, unrelated to the chilly draft whispering through the rafters. The dollhouse had no place there. This wasn't her childhood abode, but a rented dwelling the family had only recently occupied. The saga commenced with Rebecca's frantic call to law enforcement. Officers descended upon the suburban abode to find a family in distress, clustered in their living space, adamantly refusing to ascend the stairs. The lead investigator, Detective Sarah Harmon, initially brushed off their concerns as an elaborate prank or perhaps the product of an imaginative family adapting to unfamiliar surroundings. "The precision is what struck me," Detective Harmon would later recount in interviews. Each miniature figurine captured a distinctive trait of every family member: the father's receding hairline, the teenage son's hoodie, even the small birthmark on the mother's hand. The course of the inquiry veered when forensic teams uncovered fingerprints on the dollhouse that did not match any family member. Even more disquieting were microscopic cameras discovered embedded in the eyes of each miniature figure, all linked to a sophisticated recording system concealed beneath the dollhouse itself. Scrutiny of the Morgan family's movements in the days prior unveiled a disconcerting pattern. The positions of the figures in the dollhouse not only mirrored where the family had been seated that evening, they replicated exact postures from various days, implying someone had been observing them long enough to learn their routines. We soon realized this was not just a typical case of stalking, elucidated Detective Harmon. The perpetrator exhibited a level of fixation seldom seen in criminal psychology literature. The investigation unveiled a concealed entrance to the basement, hidden behind a false wall in the pantry. Inside, investigators stumbled upon a makeshift living area with signs that someone had been dwelling there even before the Morgans settled in. Discarded food wrappers, water bottles, and a sleeping bag hinted that the intruder had been residing beneath the family for weeks. The absence of forced entry puzzled investigators. Property records disclosed that the house had remained unoccupied for nearly a year before the Morgans' arrival. The previous owners, an elderly couple, had both passed away within a short span. Their son had overseen the estate sale and subsequent rental of the property. Interviews with neighbors yielded scant information. Most had not observed anything amiss, although one elderly woman mentioned sporadically sighting lights in the house during its vacancy. I assumed it was the real estate folks showing the property, she informed investigators. It never crossed my mind that someone might be residing there without permission. The breakthrough emerged through digital forensics. Delving into the surveillance system linked to the miniature cameras, analysts unearthed that the data was being transmitted to an external server. The IP address guided investigators to a modest apartment across town. Inside, they encountered walls adorned with photographs of the Morgan family and prior occupants of the house. Journal entries chronicled the daily routines of each family member with unsettling precision. The most chilling revelation was a workshop containing numerous partially completed dollhouses, each representing different residences in the vicinity. The apartment belonged to Martin Wells, the son of the former homeowners. His financial records indicated mounting debt following his parents' demise. Instead of selling the house outright, he had fashioned the covert living space, continuing to inhabit it while collecting rent from unsuspecting tenants. The dollhouse served as his command center, expounded the forensic psychologist assigned to the case. Each figurine symbolized someone he monitored. Rebecca's figure by the attic door was not a threat, it was his way of acknowledging her discovery of his surveillance system. During interrogation, Wells remained unnervingly composed as he expounded on his motives. They were residing in my house, slumbering in my parents' bedroom. I needed to ensure they treated it with reverence. When questioned about the positioned figures, he simply stated, "I wanted them to comprehend that I was always watching." The psychological evaluation unveiled a convoluted case of possessive delusion. Wells struggled to cope with the emotional fallout of losing his childhood home, devising an intricate system to retain authority over it. The dollhouse had evolved into his means of possessing both the property and its occupants. The Morgan family never set foot in the house again. Rebecca later recollected that the most haunting moment for her wasn't discovering the dollhouse, but grasping its implications. Someone had been observing us all along, measuring our existence, transforming us into playthings. The true horror was not the dollhouse itself, it was comprehending that in his mind we were merely dolls to be rearranged and scrutinized. Wells faced multiple charges including stalking, invasion of privacy, illegal surveillance, and breaking and entering. The case prompted a review of real estate disclosure laws concerning deaths on properties and the duty of agents to ensure homes are properly vacated before new occupants move in. During the sentencing, the judge highlighted the profound violation suffered by the Morgan family. You did not simply intrude upon their abode, you violated their feeling of security and self-governance. You witnessed their most intimate moments and replicated them for your amusement. What unsettles criminologists the most about the case is how long Wells might have gone unnoticed had Rebecca not stumbled upon the dollhouse. Forensic scrutiny of his journals indicated that he had surreptitiously inhabited homes for nearly 2 years, transitioning from one property to another, crafting dollhouses for each family under surveillance. The Morgan family eventually relocated to a distant abode, yet Rebecca confessed in her victim impact statements that she still inspects closets and crawl spaces routinely. She removed all dollhouses and miniatures from their new residence. "On certain days, I still sense like I'm under scrutiny," she expressed. I ponder if somewhere, someone is still manipulating a miniature version of me within a dollhouse that I have yet to uncover. Story 20, The Mysterious Whispers of Apartment 4B. The old apartment exuded a sense of history, its walls holding secrets whispered through time. The heating system groaned, the pipes rattled, creating a symphony of familiar sounds that echoed through the aging building. To the casual observer, it was nothing out of the ordinary, a characteristic charm of a bygone era. But within the walls of apartment 4B, a different narrative unfolded. A presence lingered, unseen yet unmistakably felt. It began with a faint voice, barely audible, drifting through the vents like a ghostly caress. It wasn't the typical noises of everyday life. It was a whisper, intimate and haunting, calling out a name that danced on the edge of recognition. She, the tenant of apartment 4B, hesitated, her curiosity piqued by the ethereal voice that seemed to beckon only to her. Pressing her ear against the cold metal grate, she felt a rush of icy air brush against her skin, carrying with it words that seemed to linger in the air, almost teasingly, "I know you can hear me." Detective Morgan Shaw stood in the midst of the empty apartment, a chill creeping down her spine as she surveyed the scene before her. The forensics team moved with precision, capturing every detail with their cameras as if trying to freeze the elusive whispers in time. Alina Reeves, the missing tenant of apartment 4B, had left behind a mystery that defied logic. Her disappearance had gone unnoticed until the scent of decay seeped through the walls, drawing attention to the enigma hidden within. Officer Patel recited the details from his notebook, recounting Alina's claims of voices from the vents, dismissed as mere quirks of an old building. But Shaw, kneeling by the vent, traced the desperate claw marks etched into the metal, a silent testament to a struggle that had taken place within the confined space. Alina's life unfolded in bits and pieces, a dedicated teacher, a beloved sister, a woman haunted by unseen forces that whispered in the shadows. Her fears, once dismissed as paranoia, now loomed large in the silent apartment. Shaw delved deeper, unraveling the threads of a disturbing tapestry woven within the walls of apartment 4B, fibers caught in the vent grill. A mysterious fingerprint and haunting audio recordings painted a portrait of a presence that had invaded Alina's sanctuary. The history of the building whispered tales of past tenants who had fled, their voices lost in the echoes of the walls. Harold Weber, the stoic superintendent with keys to every door, held secrets that stirred unease in Shaw's gut. His calm demeanor masked a deeper knowledge, a connection to the shadows that danced within the building's bones. As the investigation unfolded, a hidden passage revealed a chilling truth, a shadow dweller who had made the walls their domain, a voyeur who had watched, listened, and whispered their way into the lives of unsuspecting tenants. Weber's meticulous records, his digital shrine of stolen moments, painted a picture of a man consumed by a twisted obsession. His arrest, though devoid of resistance, held a chilling revelation: his belief in a symbiotic relationship with the building, his conviction that the whispers were but echoes of a deeper truth. Alina's fate, sealed within the labyrinth of ducts and vents, spoke of a descent into darkness guided by seductive whispers and false promises of sanctuary. Her tragedy echoed the stories of those who had crossed paths with the unseen presence lurking within the walls. The trial, a theater of shadows and whispers, ended with a verdict that offered little solace. Weber's parting words, a cryptic promise of eternal whispers, lingered in Shaw's mind long after the courtroom had emptied. The vacant apartment building now stands as a silent witness to the mysteries that linger within its walls. Despite attempts at renewal, the whispers persist, carried on the cold drafts that weave through the corridors, a reminder of a presence that refuses to be forgotten. The heating system groans, the pipes rattle, their voices blending with the whispers that haunt apartment 4B to those who dare to listen. The echoes of the past offer a chilling reminder that some secrets are buried deep within the walls, waiting to be heard once more. Story 21: The Realty Revelation. The real estate listing made no mention of a basement. The blueprints offered no clue to its existence. Yet as the family uncovered an old carpet, a hidden door emerged, adorned with a heavy, rusted handle. Together they pried it open, unleashing a rush of stale air thick with the scent of damp earth. Descending the steps, they anticipated storage, but were met with a single chair beneath a swaying light bulb, casting eerie shadows. Behind it, a chilling row of photographs portrayed the family themselves. The Mercers, seeking character and history, had moved into the suburban home during the cold grip of winter. Little did they know the deep entanglement the house held with their present. Detective Sarah Connors arrived at the scene, the crime unit already at work securing the area. Mrs. Mercer's shaky voice had described the unsettling discovery beneath their living room floor. Documenting every detail became crucial. The basement, a small space akin to a bedroom, held a solitary chair bolted to the floor, with a stark bulb overhead casting haunting shadows. But it was the timeline of photographs that captured their attention, revealing intimate moments of the family's daily life. With no signs of forced entry, the mystery deepened. The investigation unveiled a haunting pattern among the property's previous owners, each leaving abruptly after short stays, selling at reduced prices. None had spoken of a basement. As the history unfolded, red flags emerged, altered blueprints, withdrawn permits, and concealed records. Interviewing the contractor who had renovated the house shed light on the impossibility of the hidden room's existence. Digital evidence only added to the enigma, revealing a meticulous surveillance network capturing families in their private moments. Audio recordings hidden throughout the house painted a sinister picture of long-term intrusion. A narrow passage concealed a monitoring station, a journal detailing observations of each family, and a chilling message hinting at the arrival of the next unsuspecting residents. The fingerprints matched those of Edward Kelvin, the house's builder who had vanished during its construction. The manhunt uncovered Kelvin hiding within the walls he had crafted, his delusions portraying the families as characters in his private play. As the trial exposed the extent of his surveillance apparatus, the families, including the Mercers, chose to abandon the property, haunted by the unseen eyes that had watched their every move. The house, a silent witness to Kelvin's distorted reality, was eventually demolished, yet its memory lingered in the minds of those who had unknowingly lived under his watchful gaze. The violation was not in what was taken from them, but in what they had never known was their shadows lurking within the walls, casting doubt on their sense of solitude. And in quiet moments, they found themselves questioning if they were ever truly alone in the sanctuary they once called home. Story 22. The aged box lay hidden beneath layers of forgotten clutter in the attic, a relic lost in time from the previous inhabitants of the house. Among the faded Polaroids inside, capturing ordinary moments of birthdays and family gatherings, there was one that stood out. It depicted her living room with the familiar couch and curtains, but the family in the photo was not hers. And in the background, barely discernible in the dimness, stood a man in the hallway watching. Rebecca felt a shiver crawl up her spine as she gazed at the unsettling image. Her fingers quivered slightly, causing the edges of the photo to tremble. The family in the picture, a woman with honey blonde hair, a man with thick glasses, and two children, smiled cheerfully at the camera, oblivious to the lurking figure in the shadows behind them. Frozen in a snapshot of joy, they remained unaware of the danger lurking just a few feet away. Carrying the photo downstairs, Rebecca's footsteps echoed on the wooden stairs, the house feeling larger and emptier since she had moved in 4 months earlier. Placing the photograph on the kitchen counter, she scrutinized it under the harsh glow of the fluorescent light. The resemblance to her home was uncanny, the archway leading to the hallway, the unique crown molding, the bay window welcoming the morning light. This was her house, yet these people were strangers. Detective Morgan arrived, clad in a worn leather jacket that bore witness to countless crime scenes. With eyes that missed nothing, he examined the photograph with meticulous attention. Running a gloved finger along the Polaroid's edge, he turned it over to find a blank back. "How much do you know about the family that sold you this house, the Nelsons?" he inquired in a low, rumbling voice. Rebecca confessed, "Almost nothing. They had already moved out of state when I bought the house." Nodding, Morgan's expression remained inscrutable. "May I take this? Our team might be able to identify the family in the photo." The investigation commenced quietly, unraveling the history of the house's former occupants. The Nelsons had bought it from the Crawfords, who had abruptly vacated after 7 years. Prior to them, the Mornos had resided there for nearly a decade. Detective Morgan delved into property records, interviewed past neighbors, and pieced together a timeline of residents. A breakthrough came unexpectedly. A retired mail carrier recognized the family in the photo. "That's the Sutherlands," he stated confidently. "They disappeared after living in that house for about a year. Mail piled up, and they were never heard from again." The Sutherland family had vanished without a trace, 4 individuals gone, leaving no trace of their whereabouts. No forwarding address, no enrollment in new schools for the children, no activity in bank accounts. It was as if they had ceased to exist. Forensic analysis dated the Polaroid to approximately 15 years earlier. The technician pointed out subtle details in the image, the peculiar pattern of dust particles suspended in the air, the eerie stillness of the subjects. "This was taken with a timer," she explained. "They were posed deliberately, suggesting someone set up the camera before joining the shot." But if the Sutherlands had arranged the photo, who was the mysterious figure in the hallway? Enhanced imaging unveiled more about the shadowy presence, tall, male, garbed in dark attire. His face obscured, his stance indicating a vigilant observer. He appeared rooted in place, as if he belonged there, as if he held a rightful claim to that house. Detective Morgan unearthed a disturbing pattern. Prior to the Sutherlands, another family had resided in the house for precisely 1 year before vanishing. And before them, yet another. 5 families over 5 years, all disappearing without explanation, consistently after a year of dwelling there. Rebecca had been living there for 4 months. Delving into historical building records, the investigation uncovered the house's origins. Constructed by a renowned architect, the project had been overseen by a man named Samuel Whitfield, who had disappeared near completion. His replacement, Whitfield, a tall, gaunt man with penetrating eyes, had seen the project to its end. Records indicated Samuel Whitfield had perished in a construction accident not long after the house's completion, his body lost in a collapsed building foundation. The basement emerged as a focal point of the inquiry. Ground-penetrating radar detected anomalies beneath the concrete floor, abnormal densities that raised suspicion. As jackhammers pierced the surface, a putrid stench wafted upward. Beneath layers of concrete and earth, the remains were found. The Sutherlands, along with other missing families, preserved in the cool, dry soil. Among their belongings lay a camera, the very one that had captured the attic Polaroid, and an array of photos, each portraying a different family, blissfully unaware of the figure lurking in the shadows. The house was designated a crime scene, and Rebecca would never set foot inside again. As investigators cataloged evidence, they stumbled upon a hidden crawlspace in the attic, concealed behind a false wall. Inside, a small cot, photography equipment, and a journal detailing meticulous observations of the house's inhabitants were discovered. The final entry, dated a mere 3 days prior, read, "The new one is different. She found my photo too soon. I'll need to expedite my plans." Under police protection, Rebecca relocated to a hotel, but rest eluded her. A nocturnal call jolted her awake, the line filled only with strained breathing. Then a click, followed by the mechanical whir of a Polaroid camera snapping a photo. The investigation remains ongoing. The house looms empty, its windows dark, its secrets veiled. Samuel Whitfield, if that was his authentic identity, remains elusive. Some speculate he perished long ago, while others contend he simply moved on to another locale under a new guise in a new house. And somewhere in a shadowy room, photographs develop new families, new residences, new watchers concealed in the darkness. The sole certainty is that those in pursuit of the truth about the man in the photograph find themselves under watchful eyes. Story 23. In the quiet stillness of the night, the worn-down hotel stood as a relic of forgotten days. Guests passed through its doors fleetingly, seeking only a temporary respite from their journeys. The receptionist, with a curious glint in his eye, handed her the key with a cryptic warning, "Just don't take the last door on the left," his voice barely above a whisper. Intrigue tugged at her thoughts, compelling her to explore. As darkness enveloped the narrow corridor, she found herself standing before that ominous last door. The metal handle sent a shiver through her hand, its chill a stark contrast to the warm air around her. The door appeared nondescript, blending in with the others, yet a peculiar sensation drew her closer. Pressing her ear against the wood, she heard a soft, rhythmic breath from the other side, as if the room itself held a secret heartbeat. Detective Morgan Reed, weary from sleepless nights, stepped into the crime scene with a sense of foreboding. The acrid scent of blood tainted the air, a grim reminder of the violence that had occurred. In the dimly lit room, a young woman lay lifeless on the floor, her features frozen in an eternal gaze. Reed observed the scene with a practiced eye, noting the eerie contrast of pristine surroundings marred by tragedy. The forensic technician's voice pierced the silence, detailing the grim familiarity of this crime. Another victim, another signature left behind. Back at the station, Reed delved into the puzzle laid out before her. 3 women, all connected by threads of tragedy, all found in the shadows of nondescript motels. The pieces of the puzzle refused to fit neatly together, each lead leading to more questions than answers. The whispers of a predator on the loose echoed through the community, adding to the weight of the investigation. As days turned into nights, Reed's determination only grew stronger. A breakthrough came in the form of a name, Charles Emerson. The enigmatic figure from the victim's past cast a long shadow over the case, his presence looming large in Reed's mind. With each new revelation, the web of deceit surrounding Emerson began to unravel, exposing a dark truth hidden beneath a facade of respectability. In the interrogation room, Emerson's facade crumbled, revealing a man consumed by fear and desperation. The chilling details of his crimes emerged, painting a portrait of a predator who preyed on innocence for his own twisted desires. The courtroom became a stage for justice, a final reckoning for the lives he had callously extinguished. As the case concluded, Reed found herself haunted by the echoes of the past. The door on the left case lingered in her thoughts, a reminder of the darkness that lurked behind seemingly ordinary facades. The keys to those fateful motel rooms remained as silent witnesses, tangible reminders of the lives forever altered by one man's malevolence. In the quiet moments of the night, Reed often found herself lost in contemplation, wondering about the secrets that lay hidden behind closed doors. The legacy of the case lived on, a chilling reminder that some doors once opened could never be closed again, leaving behind a trail of shattered lives and unanswered questions in their wake. Story 24. The parcel arrived mysteriously, devoid of any traceable details, no return address, no tracking number. Just a plain cardboard box, its surface slightly damp from the morning dew. It wasn't intended for her, the recipient's name misspelled. Sarah Miller hesitated, uncertain of what to do with the unexpected delivery. Common sense told her to ignore it, to leave it untouched on the porch. But curiosity, that ever-persistent whisper in the mind, urged her to unravel the mystery within. With a tentative hand, she peeled back the tape sealing the box, half expecting to find mundane contents like books or clothing. Instead, nestled inside was a solitary VHS tape, accompanied by a single sticky note bearing a cryptic message: "Watch alone." Sarah held the black plastic tape in her hands, a weightiness to it that felt inexplicably heavy, as if burdened with secrets too profound to comprehend. Her fingers traced the worn edges, feeling the grooves and imperfections etched into the plastic casing. The accompanying note, written with urgency evident in the deep imprints left by the pen, only added to the enigmatic aura surrounding the package. In the backdrop of her suburban surroundings, the tape's presence seemed incongruous with the ordinary rhythms of daily life unfolding outside her home. The distant bark of a dog, the laughter of children playing nearby, the persistent hum of a lawnmower all continued unabated, unaware of the clandestine delivery in her possession. Bringing the package indoors, Sarah placed it on her kitchen counter, a sense of unease gnawing at the edges of her thoughts. The name inscribed on the box, Daniel Whitaker, held no significance in her memory. Having resided in the house for years, she had never encountered any correspondence addressed to such a person. The previous occupants, the Johnsons, had long departed, leaving behind a void that the arrival of the mysterious package now filled. Despite her reservations, Sarah's curiosity got the better of her. Casting a wary glance at her aging VCR, a relic of bygone days, she succumbed to the lure of the unknown and inserted the tape. Static crackled on the screen initially, gradually sharpening into focus to reveal a dimly lit room bathed in a solitary lamp's glow. The camera angle was askew, lending an air of urgency to the scene. A man sat in a chair, his features initially obscured by shadows. "My name is Daniel Whitaker," his voice, quiet yet resolute, filled the room. "If you're watching this, someone has found you, and that means they'll find me too." Leaning closer to the camera, his worn visage came into view, eyes haunted by sleepless nights, stubble adorning his face, hair in disarray. "I didn't harm her, you have to believe me. They framed me, planted evidence to make it seem like I did, but I never even knew her until she was gone." As Daniel's narrative unfolded, the camera's shaky movements revealed a Spartan room devoid of personal touches, hinting at a life lived on the fringes of society, ready to vanish at a moment's notice. The gravity of his words, the desperation in his voice, painted a portrait of a man wronged by circumstances beyond his control. Meanwhile, Detective Eliza Ramirez found herself immersed in a web of intrigue as she delved into the case files piling up on her desk. 5 identical VHS tapes, each bearing Daniel Whitaker's plea of innocence, had surfaced, complicating an investigation that had seemed straightforward initially. The murder of Catherine Walsh, a young professional with ties to a pharmaceutical giant, had unraveled a conspiracy far darker than anyone could have imagined. The pieces of the puzzle began to align as Ramirez uncovered Walsh's involvement in exposing PharmaCorp's unethical practices. Evidence of a cover-up in clinical trial data, a whistleblower silenced before her testimony, it all pointed to a sinister underbelly of power and manipulation. As Ramirez delved deeper, anomalies in the case started to emerge. The DNA evidence, the witness statements, the corrupted surveillance footage all painted a picture of orchestrated deceit, a narrative meticulously crafted to incriminate an innocent man. Sarah Miller found herself embroiled in the unfolding drama when a second package arrived, containing damning documents linking PharmaCorp to Walsh's untimely demise. The trail of breadcrumbs left by Whitaker led to a revelation that shook the foundations of the case, a conspiracy so insidious that truth and falsehood had become indistinguishable. Through a collaborative effort, Sarah and Ramirez unearthed the evidence that exonerated Whitaker and exposed the true perpetrators. Justice, though not swift, prevailed in the face of deception and greed. The tape, the catalyst for a chain of events that altered lives irreversibly, served as a testament to the power of uncovering hidden truths. In the aftermath, as the dust settled and the guilty faced consequences, Sarah and Whitaker shared a moment of quiet reflection on her porch. In that fleeting encounter, they acknowledged the randomness of fate, the serendipity that had brought them together in a shared quest for justice. As they parted ways, the VHS tapes, once harbingers of uncertainty and fear, now stood as symbols of resilience, and resilience a reminder that even in the darkest of times, the light of truth can illuminate the path to redemption. The wrong address, it seemed, had led them to the right destination after all. Story 25. It was a quiet afternoon when a mysterious package arrived in the mail, wrapped in a plain envelope devoid of any return address. Inside lay a single brass key, its surface weathered with the passage of time. The homeowner, a woman named Sarah Miller, examined the key with a sense of unease mingled with a strange familiarity that she couldn't quite place. As she attempted the key in every lock she possessed, each one remained steadfast, refusing to turn. It was evident that this key did not belong to her. Perplexed, Sarah placed the brass key on her coffee table, and in that moment the stagnant air was pierced by a solitary, haunting chime from the old grandfather clock in the hallway. This was a clock that had long been silent, its internal mechanisms broken and still. Sarah's heart fluttered with a mix of curiosity and trepidation as she pondered the significance of this eerie occurrence. Without delay, Sarah reported the inexplicable events to the authorities, seeking answers to the unsettling mystery that had intruded upon her peaceful suburban existence. Initially met with skepticism, the responding officer regarded the key as a mere mistake in delivery. However, Sarah's instincts whispered that something was amiss, that there was more to this innocuous-looking key than met the eye. Reluctantly, the officer accepted the key as potential evidence, placing it within a small evidence bag that would unknowingly become a linchpin in an unfolding tale of darkness. The case file eventually landed on the desk of Detective Robert Harmon, a seasoned investigator with a keen intuition honed by years of delving into the shadows of human nature. The brass key sat unassumingly on Detective Harmon's desk, its simple appearance belying the sinister undercurrents it carried. Background checks on Sarah revealed a life devoid of criminal entanglements, a retired teacher, a widow, a mother of grown children scattered across the country. Yet the presence of the key in her possession seemed to hint at a connection she could not fathom. Forensic analysis yielded little beyond Sarah's own fingerprints on the key. The envelope provided no clues save for a nondescript postmark from a regional distribution center. The key itself, a standard Schlage model, showed signs of wear indicative of prolonged use. A breakthrough came when Detective Harmon decided to delve deeper into the key's unique bidding pattern, leading him to a cold case from years past. The key's pattern matched one found in a storage unit linked to a heinous crime, a case that had remained unsolved, its perpetrator elusive. As the investigation gained momentum, Sarah found herself at the center of a chilling web of connections that she could never have imagined. The pieces of the puzzle began to coalesce, painting a portrait of a predator lurking in the shadows of her seemingly tranquil neighborhood. The search for the elusive Harold Jenkins intensified, revealing a dark past intertwined with Sarah's own history. The discovery of a hidden room filled with keys bearing names and dates sent shivers down the spines of investigators, unveiling a tapestry of horror woven by a man who had lived in their midst. The manhunt for Jenkins reached a fever pitch, culminating in a final, harrowing confrontation that left the perpetrator dead by his own hand. The depths of his depravity were laid bare in a journal that detailed his crimes, each entry a chilling testament to the darkness that resided within him. The aftermath of the case left a community reeling, grappling with the realization that evil had walked among them, disguised in the guise of normalcy. Sarah, forever changed by the ordeal, found herself unable to return to the sanctuary of her home, haunted by the knowledge of how close she had come to a malevolent force that had fixated on her. As the dust settled and the echoes of tragedy reverberated through the neighborhood, the silent brass keys in the evidence locker stood as silent witnesses to the horrors that had unfolded, a stark reminder of the fragility of safety in a world where monsters sometimes wore the faces of neighbors and acquaintances. Story 26. The worn wooden plank shifted under her weight, causing a subtle disturbance that beckoned her curiosity. Stooping down, she traced her fingertips along the seams, sensing an unusual gap. The floor, it seemed, held secrets beneath its surface. With a delicate touch, she pried up the boards, unveiling a shadowy, cramped space hidden beneath the foundation of her newly acquired abode. Initially shrouded in dust and cobwebs, the darkness slowly unveiled its contents to her keen eyes. A mattress. A solitary chair, and nestled in the dim corner, a weathered notebook adorned with pages scrawled with a single name, her own name, repeated endlessly. Detective Morgan Reed stood silently behind Sarah Coleman, observing as she peered into the abyss beneath her residence. The fear reflected in Sarah's gaze transcended mere shock at the discovery of a concealed chamber. It spoke of a breach of security, an intrusion of malevolence into what should have marked a fresh beginning for her. "Do not disturb anything further," Detective Reed directed, her voice steady yet resolute. Switching on her flashlight, she cast a revealing glow over the hidden space. The illuminated walls bore witness to a collection of photographed surveillance snapshots capturing Sarah's every move, from her daily routines to interactions with acquaintances. A shrine of fixation meticulously preserved beneath her unsuspecting feet. Sarah had purchased the quaint cottage from the estate of an elderly recluse named Walter Green, a man who had passed without known kin. The property had languished unoccupied for months before Sarah's acquisition. The real estate listing painted a picture of charm and minor refurbishment requirements. No mention was made of any peculiarities during inspections or sales negotiations. "I never crossed paths with him, the previous owner," Sarah murmured. The neighbors claimed he was reclusive. I was under the impression that the basement was sealed off long ago, as the inspection report indicated. The arrival of crime scene investigators heralded the next phase of scrutiny, their equipment clattering against the wooden flooring as they entered the hidden chamber. Methodically, they documented the scene, collected evidence, and eventually extracted the mattress, chair, and notebook from their clandestine enclave. Forensic examiners later uncovered an array of fingerprints throughout the space, all traced back to Walter Green. What unsettled the investigators most was the unsettling timeline they pieced together. Utility records and dated photographs within the chamber suggested that Walter had been surveilling Sarah for a minimum of 3 years prior to his demise. He had shadowed her at community gatherings, frequented the same grocery stores, and even visited the cafe where she occasionally worked. Yet Sarah had no recollection of ever encountering him. This level of fixation often escalates, the department psychologist elucidated during a debriefing. The fixation transitions from mere fantasy to calculated scheming. The hidden chamber hints at preparations for a much more direct engagement. Detective Reed's inquiry took an unforeseen turn when she interrogated Walter's former colleague from the maintenance department at the local shopping center. The man appeared apprehensive, fidgeting with his wedding band throughout their exchange. Walter spoke of her at times, he confessed. He claimed she reminded him of someone. I assumed it was merely an infatuation of an aging man. I never imagined. His voice trailed off, fixating on his hands. Did he ever allude to any plots involving her? Reed probed further, not explicitly, but he had this phrase he'd repeat, something about "she belongs with me." I dismissed it as idle chatter. Reed obtained a warrant to delve into Walter's workplace locker, untouched since his passing. Inside, they unearthed a key that defied identification with any locks in Walter's residence. The key's serial number led them to a storage unit registered under his name. The metallic door of the unit groaned open, unveiling a meticulously arrayed collection of furniture mirroring Sarah's former apartment, replicas of her bed, her desk, even her living room furnishings. Walter had painstakingly recreated a mirror image of her living quarters, right down to the minutiae of throw pillows and wall decor. A mannequin, adorned with a wig imitating Sarah's hairstyle, perched at the replicated desk. The most disconcerting detail was a calendar marked with a date just a week following Walter's untimely demise from a heart attack. The date was encircled in crimson ink with a single word inscribed across it: together. Subsequent investigations unveiled Walter's institutionalization in his youth due to an infatuation with a female instructor. His records indicated treatment for erotomania, a delusional belief where the subject perceives reciprocated love despite contradictory evidence. Released back into society, Walter led a quiet existence for decades until something about Sarah reignited his dormant fixation. Spread out on the conference table at the police station were crime scene photographs. He passed believing they shared a unique connection. In his mind, they were fated to be united, Reed expounded. Could she have had an encounter with him somewhere, a catalyst for this fixation? Another detective inquired. Reed shook her head. There's no trace of any such encounter. Sometimes these obsessions require little provocation. A smile exchanged with a stranger. Eye contact sustained for a fraction too long. For an individual with his background, that could have sufficed. Opting to sell the house, Sarah found herself unable to harbor a sense of security within its walls. During a final walkthrough with her real estate agent, she stood in the living room, clasping her arms around herself. I can't help but ponder what might have transpired if he hadn't met his end when he did, she whispered. How long would I have dwelled here, oblivious to his watchful eye, unaware of the secrets concealed beneath my very feet? With Walter's death, the case was conclusively shuttered, labeled as stalking with intent to abduct, although the abduction itself never came to pass. The psychological scrutiny of the evidence hinted at Walter's designs to confine Sarah within either the hidden chamber or the storage unit. Sarah opted to relocate, altering her routines and adopting a more guarded approach to safeguarding her personal information. Detective Reed sporadically checked in on her, an unspoken acknowledgement of how narrowly Sarah had evaded becoming another statistic, another casualty. The cottage changed hands, purchased by a young couple oblivious to its sordid past. The concealed chamber was permanently sealed, the floorboards replaced, life persisted. Yet for those privy to the truth, the tale of the hidden room beneath the floor lingered as a haunting reminder of the perils that sometimes linger unseen, of monsters who evade capture, and of victims who remain oblivious to the precipice of their own demise. Story 27. In the beginning there was a flicker, a mere glitch in the baby monitor's feed. The mother shrugged it off as interference, but then the audio crackled and a voice softly whispered, "SHHH, go back to sleep." A chill ran down her spine. Racing to her son's room, her heart thudding in her chest, she found the crib empty. The window shut tight, the door securely locked. The only oddity was the stuffed rabbit lying on the floor, its glassy black eyes fixed upon her. Rebecca's screams echoed through the house until her throat was raw. Startled neighbors called for help. When the authorities arrived, they discovered her on the nursery floor, clutching the stuffed rabbit, swaying back and forth. Samuel, her 4-month-old baby, had vanished without a trace. As the investigation unfolded, few leads surfaced, no forced entry, the security system untouched. The baby monitor footage showed nothing amiss until that eerie voice and static. Detectives were stumped. How could someone sneak in, take the child, and leave behind only a stuffed toy? Suspicion fell on Rebecca. Her husband Daniel was away on business, their strained marriage under scrutiny since Samuel's birth. Rebecca's medical records hinted at postpartum struggles. Her composure during questioning unsettled the detectives, given the circumstances. A breakthrough came when fibers matching a rare climbing rope were found on the nursery windowsill. This suggested an intruder accessed the second-floor room from outside. Security footage revealed a shadowy figure moving stealthily. A boot print in the garden hinted at military or climbing expertise. Rebecca's innocence seemed clearer. Daniel's return raised eyebrows, unusual calluses, rock climbing hobby, financial discrepancies, a troubling life insurance policy on Samuel, mysterious calls. The baby monitor emerged as a key piece, hacked, signal tampered with, the whispered voice not from the nursery but remotely transmitted. The trail led to a basement where Samuel was found with Elaine, Daniel's first wife, who had lost a child years ago. Obsessed with Daniel's new life, she took matters into her own hands. Daniel's involvement unraveled fibers, prints, messages, all damning evidence. During the trial, the haunting audio from the baby monitor was played. The prosecution laid bare the chilling truth, silencing the courtroom. Daniel's cough in the background sealed his fate. Sentenced for abduction and conspiracy, Rebecca and Samuel sought solace elsewhere. Baby monitors were scrutinized nationwide, safety measures heightened, technology's dark side exposed, a reminder of the vulnerability of innocence. Samuel grew up oblivious to the night he vanished. Rebecca locked the stuffed rabbit away, unable to part with it, haunted by its glassy eyes that bore witness to the hidden horrors. The monitor, a silent witness to the truth, revealed the unexpected reality of that fateful night.